Good afternoon, everyone. I know we have a few people. We'll wait a minute. To order the Finance 8th, 2020.
Here. Alder Govindarajan. Alder Madison.
Here.
Here. Mario Quorum.
Thank you. Forgive me for any feline interruptions. I'm taking the meeting from home to juggle screens. So our first item is public comment. Or perhaps Dave or Christine, do we have any general public comment?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Just give me a minute to bring that.
It looks like we may have lost the mayor. Welcome, Alder Vitiver.
Thank you. I'm having a lot of Zoom troubles today.
I don't know how long you may want to wait for the mayor or Council President Vitiver if you the meeting. We're at public comment. registrant for general public comment.
Okay. So can we go ahead and take that?
The tech facilitator, the person's name is Jason Hagenow on the registration report.
I don't see Jason. There are a couple numbers that I've identified. One person that seems to have registered late. Let me see. Neither of those numbers belong to Jason, or at least the number that Jason registered under.
Okay. We do have 511 who have registered to speak.
President Vidier, could I interrupt? I just noticed that the mayor looks like attempting to join the meeting as an attendee as opposed to a panelist. So I just wanted to highlight that I saw her there. Oh, there, now she's back. Okay, very good.
Sorry, this is why you have back.
And promoted.
Thank you. And but now I'm going to make everything work on the computer. And my tablet completely gave out. So I did hear we did not have anyone for general. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then the next item is disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals members of the body on today's? Seeing none, then we'll move on to the consent agenda. And so 13 that should be excluded, and then item 14 is a closed session item, exclude that as well. Are there any other items that alders would like to have excluded consent agenda? This Alder Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. As it relates to your appointees, agenda items 2 and 3, the city clerk and transit general manager, respectively, I would appreciate if we could just have them share a brief introduction.
Absolutely. So we'll exclude items 2 and 3. Go ahead, Alder.
I was just saying thank you.
Oh, okay. Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm jumping around, so I may have missed it, but I would like item 10, not necessarily for questions, but just an overview of the recommendations.
Item 10.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alder. Are there any other items that members of the body would like to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? And I am having trouble getting the public comment site to load. So would somebody be able to check and see if there is comment on any other items besides 11?
Mayor, I don't see any other
Okay,
requests to speak other than on item 11.
thank you. All right, then we will be excluding from the consent agenda items 2, 3, 10, 11, 13, and 14. And can I get a motion on the balance of the agenda?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the balance of the agenda. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we will record a unanimous vote in favor of those items and the recommendations therein. And we'll go on then to item 2, which is Legistar 89711. I'm pleased to submit to you the appointment of Lydia McComas for confirmation as a 5-year term as city clerk. Lydia is here with us. So Lydia, if you would like to just start with a brief introduction of who you are, and then we'll see if there are questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor and members of the committee. I'm honored to be here and grateful for your consideration. I've been an election administrator serving Hennepin County, which is in Minnesota, where Minneapolis is, for the past 7 years. Most recently, for the past several years, I've been the voter engagement division manager, where I've worked closely with the public and with community partners to make sure that they understand how to vote, when to vote, that kind of thing. I'm really excited to bring my skills to the city of Madison. I care deeply about transparency, integrity, and public service, and I really look forward to bringing those commitments to Madison as your next city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, then can I get a motion on item 2, please?
Move to adopt. Second.
Moved and seconded to recommend confirmation. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, congratulations, Lydia. You move on to the council next. Thank you for joining us. All right, that will take us then to item 3, which is Legistar 89716. I'm pleased to submit to you the appointment of Jamie Acton for confirmation of a 5-year term as Transit General Manager. Jamie is also here with us. So Jamie, would you like to similarly introduce yourself?
Hi, good afternoon, Jamie Acton. I am thrilled to be sitting before you today and with the mayor's support and her administration to be looking for the confirmation as Metro's next general manager. I have about 15 years of experience in all levels of public transportation. I started my career as a mobility planner with the municipality of Anchorage in Anchorage, Alaska. I then moved on as a senior planner for the Metropolitan Planning Organization that served the UZA in that area. And then at that point, I was tapped to be the executive director in 2018 under Mayor Ethan Berkowitz to be the municipality of Anchorage executive director of the public transit department. At that point, I was managing the 3 services that we ran: fixed route, paratransit, and rideshare. I had just over 200 employees working under 3 different unions, Teamsters, IBEW technicians, and then a local administrative union, AMEA. I was tasked with refining a route restructure, just like what you have done in Madison. We took a fine-tooth comb and started looking at the results of the work that we had implemented in going from a coverage model to a frequency model, very similar to what you have done. I also started safety and security programs that really dove into not just operator safety, but any public transit employee safety and security. We also went after a ton of discretionary money with the Federal Transit Administration. And then we worked on labor shortages in operations and with our maintenance staff, whether it was a lack of CDL accessibility due to cost or labor shortages and workforce availability. We tackled some really tough issues in the 6 years that I served there. I then went on to have a brief stint with the Federal Transit Administration with Region 10 in Seattle, Washington. I was the Director of Planning and Program Development there. I was working on grant making and environmental review in tribal transit support for Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. So my career has been heavily steeped in public service, and I am so excited to get the chance to do and bring my skills to Madison and dive back into what I consider my biggest strength, and that is working with an agency providing service on the street, boots on the ground, getting in, engaging with staff, engaging with the community, electeds, and local, state, federal level, and really diving into the work that gets done every single day to make people's lives better and to make them mobile and have the freedom to live the lives that they want to live within our communities. And so with that, that's a brief introduction for me.
Thank you. Are there questions for Jamie? If not, can I get a motion, please, on item 3?
Move to recommend confirmation.
Second.
Moved and seconded to recommend confirmation. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record that unanimous vote. Congratulations, Jamie. We'll see you at council. All right. That will take us then to item 10. Item 10 is Legistar 89724, authorizing the allocation of approximately $3.5 million of combined city and federal funds among 7 nonprofit agencies to support the provision of homeless services and housing resources beginning in 2026. The outcomes of a competitive RFP process conducted by the Community Development Division, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into agreements with agencies selected to receive funds to implement the specified programs and services. On item 10, can we start with a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve. On item 10, are there questions? Alder Madison?
Yep, I don't have questions. I'm just hoping Lynette is available. So just give an overview of what was recommended for funding and the kind of services that will be provided.
Thank you, Alder. We have both Director O'Keefe and Lynette Rhodes with us, so I will leave it up to them.
Thank you. I was going to ask with your and the committee's consent that we let Lynette do this. It was her team that coordinated that RFP.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen so folks can see the attachment that is to the resolution, which is the funding recommendations. So overall, we, as a unit, every 4 to 5 years, we release our request for proposals for multiple different services in CDD. So this was our year for the Homeless Services and Housing Resources RFP. We released it in May. And over the summer, staff and our review panel of experts evaluated the applications. We had a question and answer session with every applicant. We took it originally, just to let you know, to CDBG committee in September to get their preliminary recommendations and got their feedback at that meeting. We actually took it in August to get their preliminary feedback. Through that feedback at the August meeting, we then drafted this resolution that covers the following funding. So in our housing resources, which this is very much what we also consider a prevention activity, we are looking to fund Tenant Resource Center. They were the only applicants that came in through this process. Overall, in this proposal, we are looking to continue to fund the eviction, diversion, and defense program that became very popular in the use of our American Rescue Plan emergency rental assistance funds. That $915,000 that you see as the recommendation is for over a period of a few years that we will stretch out those funds. So that is not just the allocation for 2026, but that is one-time money that we are utilizing, again, funds that came through HUD that allows us to use them till 2030. So we will be extending that very popular prevention program through this recommendation. Moving down the list, we are now getting into our more homeless services and our emergency response. So overall, we really focused a lot this year in ensuring our emergency shelters have adequate funding. Many of you guys remember that during the pandemic, the city of Madison really took a lot of steps throughout the pandemic to strengthen what we are doing around emergency shelter services. We anticipate by the spring of 2026 that our purpose-built shelter will be open and operating. So really focusing on making sure that budget authority is in there through this process and analyzing those requests. We recognize that while not everybody uses our outreach or our shelter programs, we wanted to make sure street outreach is also a key component. It is something that we are funding right now. We tried to, a few years ago, increase our opportunities for street outreach. So we want to maintain those levels and ensure that people have access to that connection that is made through those street outreach teams. Recognizing that we have extreme weather, we felt that a good safety net has been the extreme weather hotel program. This kicks in when our community has extreme heat or extreme cold or poor air quality days. Again, trying to help with our street outreach, identifying a need that people might have a short-term stay at a hotel in those emergency situations. We understand while our emergency shelter system is there as just kind of that base to ensure people have quality access to those services in an emergency situation, housing is what we need to focus on for the end of homelessness. So we really focused a lot on ensuring that we could have some funding in rapid rehousing programs and kind of hoping that we can make faster connections to people who are engaging with those services and moving them into those permanent housing opportunities. Overall, in just kind of mentioning moving into those kind of prevention activities, again, since we funded Tenant Resource Center at such a high amount for continuing those eviction prevention and for overall those tenant services, we're really focusing in that category in order to help us support that preventing homelessness as well. And then finally, the last one I would just mention is our other permanent housing is the recommendation to Porchlight, in which right now we help support a lot of their scattered site opportunities of exiting people from the MIN shelter into their privately owned housing that they manage and provide services at. So that's kind of the general overview. We wanted to make sure our homeless plan included a variety of different strategies and tools from the support of people experiencing homelessness at that crisis moment, such as street outreach and the emergency shelter, to those opportunities to make sure we are supporting people in the permanent housing to maintain their housing as well.
Thank you, Lynette. We have a few questions, starting with Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Lynette. So can you clarify for those that may not understand where the funding is coming from, what is the city levy funding and what is the source of the rest of the funding?
Sure.
As a bucket.
Yep. So we have multiple pots. We really, again, since this is one of our priority service areas, we try to utilize our other funding coming from HUD in order to supplement some of these services. So we have about 1.7 million of city levy that goes into our homeless services. And then we are using, again, one-time money that will be used for those tenant services and expansion of the eviction, diversion, and defense program is Home American Rescue Plan funds that will be extended over a period of a few years to extend that program. That again is going to be a one-time grant source that we receive from the federal government. We then also are putting emergency solution grant funds. That's about $165,000. That's what we get from HUD. And those are specific funds that we get from HUD to provide services to shelter or to street outreach opportunities, or rapid rehousing dollars. So again, HUD federal funds. And then the last two, also HUD funds, community development block grant funds. We are able to use 15% of our annual allocation of CDBG funds for general services. In previous budgets, we actually used our 15% public service to fund neighborhood centers. We decided moving forward that we would swap that, and neighborhood centers now have full city levy, and we put the CDBG money into these contracts. Therefore, all of the CDBG and federal funds are managed out of my unit, just to kind of streamline our contracting process with our agencies. And it adds a lot more clarity to have all federal funds through just our unit. And then the last one is what's called TBRA. Some people call it TBRA, but it's tenant-based rental assistance. This is a funding opportunity for home funds. So the home program through HUD allows for residential use. We usually use it for down payment assistance or construction of multifamily housing. There is a small caveat that allows us to use it for housing payments, similar to a Section 8 voucher. So we have used this opportunity to change some of our uses of our home funds to allow ongoing contracts for housing vouchers, again, with a hope that our shelter systems and our programs can connect people with security deposits, the first few months' rent, to exit them quicker out of the system. So those are the multiple funding sources and where they come from.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and all the work on this grant. Could you please add me as a sponsor? Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison, questions?
Yeah, just one quick question. Are the folks who are, will receive the contracts, are they required to partner or share information? I'm only asking because sometimes there's a disconnect from community members and sometimes agency on who does what and who has what available. So I'm just curious on how that looks once, everything is set in stone.
Yep. So we, in kind of partnering and sharing information, one way that happens is any agencies that receive a contract from the City of Madison, they do have to put their information into our community's homeless management information system, HMIS. And so through HMIS, all of the agencies can kind of share information of the clients that they're serving. So if you are going to enroll Bob Smith, you can see that Bob Smith is also engaging with this shelter, with this provider and that provider. So just through data sources, we're able to provide some kind of collaboration and communication. Then through our local COC, our Homeless Services Consortium, we have a variety of different committees and work groups that meet as well. So we have a shelter providers meeting. We have what's called a core committee, which is some of our key providers come in. Then we also, through our staff and county staff, do case conferencing, where we are purposely getting agencies together. And that's where we're usually talking a little bit more like a by name list of who is working with these individuals and coordinating. So yes, we do encourage, and we put it as part of our contract, to be involved in all of those things, and especially sharing the data.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Vitiver, question?
Yes, Lynette, can you tell us, so you just described, what the city is doing and where the city gets the funds. What is the county and the other municipalities? What are they doing and what funds do they get?
So the county relies on their county GPR, and I don't know any other municipality in Dane County that provides homeless services in the robust way that the City of Madison does.
So the county doesn't get HUD funding the way that the city does?
The county does receive home and CDBG funds. They do not receive ESG funds. They did receive an allocation of the home ARPA funds that I can't tell you what they ended up allocating their home ARPA funds for though. But they do get the home and the CDBG funds, and they do an RFP every year for public service dollars for their CDBG funds.
But those don't go for homeless services in the county?
I cannot tell you what they use their public service dollars for, because their application for public service is much more open than ours, where we specifically allocate them to homeless services. They fund kind of a variety of things under their public service cap.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett, questions? Alder, you're muted if you're speaking.
Going back to the RFP application process. So of the applicants who applied for funding, and they requested a certain amount. Now, did the application include plans for the money? How were they going to use it? What are the goals? What are the objectives? What are the expected outcomes? And did they, or would you be expecting them to evaluate whether or not those services were actually rendered?
Yes, the RFP.
The primary reason is this. I'm looking for transparency. If you're asking me for $500,000, I'm looking for goals. I'm looking for objectives. I'm looking for plans. I'm looking for outcomes. And I'm looking for what or how are you going to evaluate and or determine whether or not they met the goals that they included in the RFP that was submitted.
So yes, we set goals in our RFP for what we would like to see. A lot of our goals are kind of based off of those performance measures of the length of stay of someone that is homeless, exits to permanent housing, those kinds of things. They have to submit. Again, I mentioned that the Homeless Management Information System, the HMIS, provides us with robust data of reports that we can get from those agencies as well. So once we contract with an agency and those performance measures for each of those things, for each of the kind of objectives, they were listed in the RFP and they will be listed in their contract as well. They have to submit at least quarterly those performance reports. We then report to the CDBG committee. That is our committee that we then, who has reviewed these applications along with us. We take an annual report to that CDBG committee to look at all of the past year's performance measures and goals to make sure agencies are meeting those expectations as well.
So one more quickie question. So how often does are the objectives or the goals or the performance measures that are included that you expect, from each applicant, how well do they align with the agency that actually does the work? Meaning, if I'm saying to you that I want to ensure that if there are 50 people there and 50 people will be transitioned, out such and such a time. Now, were you asking that, or is this what they're telling you that they're going to do?
Yeah, I'm just going to share quickly just a page from the RFP as just an example. So this is just kind of one of the places that we kind of laid out our expectations. So these are the cities kind of where we said these are our goals of where we want to see our performance measures as a community. And so if people say, hey, I want to run a program that is rapid rehousing. We want to see that the number of people that they are serving, at least 90% of those people, you're right, are exiting to permanent housing locations. And so this is our tool of how we communicate with the agencies, kind of our expectations. And then, yep, we put that into the contract. If they're not meeting these expectations, then that is our opportunity to meet with them and discuss what are the barriers, why aren't you meeting them, and those kinds of things. And so every year at the end, when we have the annual numbers from each of the agencies, that is what we do, is we discuss kind of what are kind of some of the barriers if they're not meeting those goals. And that helps us understand sometimes, like maybe the barriers are, true barriers that we might have to pivot, or maybe it is something that then we're looking at for future kind of, performance things that we need to pay attention to of the agency, like making sure that they are staffing up in a quick way.
So let's suppose now that they are meeting the performance measures outlined in the RFP. And let's assume that they did not meet the standards that were laid out in the RFP. Now, you mentioned that often that there are quarterly or biannual reports that are submitted. Now, let's suppose an agency then does not meet those standards. Where and what do you do to, let's say, like your funding, you're not doing what you're supposed to do? I'm looking now in terms of I'm looking for transparency with respect to how is the money being spent? Is it being underspent? Is it overspent? What's going on?
Sure. So again, on the transparency, if an agency is not meeting its requirements, we do annual contracts. So the contracts are only from January to December, which gives us the opportunity throughout the year, if we are seeing a program that is not meeting its expectations, and we potentially need to pivot to a different program or meet with that agency and say, why we should not move forward with this program for the next year. We would then meet with them. We could potentially discuss that. And an agency could say, yep, we actually are decided we are not rehiring staff for this program. So please reallocate these funds to something else. So that next year, we could reallocate those funds to something else if that were to happen. I will say, though, in homeless services, in this category, we very rarely have agencies who have underspent their funds because the need is so high in our community to ensure that we are serving individuals. And a lot of times, if there are performance issues, us meeting with the staff and addressing some of those issues, usually for the next year, it is something that is either fixed or we pivot. I think on the consent agenda, for example, there was a resolution asking that funds be transferred from one agency to another because they were going to be underutilized for those particular agencies. But we identified that because they had, but it wasn't poor performance. It was just also just lack of staffing at the time, and we pivoted over to another agency. But for the most part, we usually see our homeless services utilize most of their contracts for our annual, especially city levy contracts. But
thank you.
Yeah.
So at some point in time, would it be possible for me to get a copy of, like an average or a typical RFP, especially for funding that exceeds $250,000?
Yep, I can send you the link to CDC's RFP process. We actually keep our past and closed RFPs on our list. so that agencies who might consider future RFP proposals can review past ones so that they can educate themselves before we post again. And we also keep a calendar on our RFP schedule so people can see when we will be posting future RFPs. So I can send that link to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I actually was going to ask Lynette to share very, very quickly how to get to the funding page.
Yeah.
From the CDD.
So our wonderful, and I got to give a shout out to IT because
Which
just
is
2
really
years
an
ago,
amazing page. I agree.
Yeah, we just got the new website, and I'll tell you,
let's showcase it.
I've been here 15 years, and the website was from when I was born, I think, when I first got here. So I love IT and our wonderful new website that we can find lots of different things. But right on our website, we have a contracts and funding landing page. So if anyone goes to cityofmadison.com/CDD and you go to our contracts and funding, you will see funding opportunities. You can also see on this list or on this website a list of all of our contracts. So if you are ever curious of what nonprofits CDD is funding across our various service activities, we keep that list here. But our funding opportunities, as I mentioned, we list our current funding opportunities across the whole division. And then we keep our past funding opportunities on here as well, so people can see if they're new to funding opportunities. So that's right on if you go to our homepage, it's one of our landing pages.
Yep. Thank you. And just to add to that, all the applications are on that site based on the RFP, so you can review them and you can see what they said what they want the money for. So it's a very resourceful page. Thank you, Lynette.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers, questions?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Just a note, Lynette, that the RFP that we're discussing is included in Legistar. Is that correct?
Yes, we attached the RFP and that spreadsheet I just posted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for staff on item 10? Seeing none, then item 10 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, then item 10 has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record unanimous vote in favor of item 10. And that will take us to item 11. Item 11 is Legistar 89779, extending the contract between the City of Madison and Mach 1 Health Incorporated, doing business as Madison Street Medicine, to provide those services and extend currently allocated funding through April of 2026 at an additional cost of $0 from the City of Madison, and authorizes the use of up to $100,000 of additional funds from Dane County to pay for those services. On item 11, we have a number of registrants, so we will start there first. Our first registrant on item 11 wishing to speak is TJ Jones of District 12, representing Madison Street Medicine, to be followed by Brenda Conkle, to be followed by Savannah Harple. Do we have TJ?
Mayor, I don't see TJ, and it looks like these two numbers don't belong to TJ either, if they're registered.
Okay. Well, let's then go to Brenda Conkle of District 2, representing Madison Street Medicine, to be followed by Savannah Harple, to be followed by Heidi Wegleitner. Brenda?
Just so you know, TJ may be under Tim Jones. TJ is his nickname. So real quickly, I did send you guys an email earlier today. Had a whole bunch of numbers in it. I didn't want us to be going back and forth about what number was which number. So I have a whole bunch of information there. When you're looking at the first graph, It is how much money was spent each almost year. The first bar is 12 months, the second bar is 14 months, and then the next bar is 12 months, and the final bar is 10 months. So I just wanted to point that out so you guys know that it's not apples and oranges there, but it does show the funding source of the funding that we've gotten each year, because I know there was some questions about that. And then the second chart is going to include how much our monthly costs were. And you can see our monthly costs have gone down. That first year, we had a lot of startup costs. We had a lot of things we had to purchase, cameras and all kinds of things. And so that's why our costs were higher in the first year. The second 2 years were a little bit more comparable. And then this year, we found some efficiencies and we did some things a little bit differently and we have reduced the cost a little bit more. In that link, I also sent you our proposal for the funding application process that you guys just were reviewing. We were not recommended for funding in that, but our proposal is there. I just wanted to point out that that is a new model for Dairy Drive, and it is a more collaborative model. I've been talking with Catalyst for Change and others about having them use the campground more with their campers so that when they've been working with somebody in outreach, there's more of a continuum of care for this person when they get to the campground, and to use it more for the people who are at the top of the list. It's also really important to understand that I don't know what's going to happen in the next 4 years. I didn't know what's going to happen in the last 4 years, and I'm not even going to try to predict the next 4 years. But we are willing to be flexible depending upon need, and I do think there is going to be somewhat of an overwhelming need. The next thing is that these are the funds that we have available through April. We have $95,000 that are in our possession, that are funds that we can use towards the Dairy Drive or unsheltered homelessness services. We also have the remaining funds in the contract with the city of Madison, which is about $100,000, which we will not spend during the month of October. So there probably would be funds left over to give back to the city. And then we do have $360-ish thousand in HUD funds. We would like those funds to be used through next August because that's the contract period, and I don't want to have to lay off staff and then rehire staff. But if we put all of those funds towards this, that ends up being $561,000, which if we went through April, that would be $70,000 a month, which is more than what we're currently paying. There are some restrictions on these funds, particularly the HUD funds. CABA is not a subrecipient of those funds. That's our largest amount of funds that we have, and we would not be able to keep CABA if we're relying on these funds if we can't find a way to figure out how to do this. So the other thing I just wanted to quick say is that I know that there's some remaining issues out there. One is about the bills that the city currently pays, the phone line for the call box, the water bill, the electric bill, trash removal, and pest control. I have not seen those bills. I don't know exactly how much they are. I do believe, though, that we would be able to pay them with our current funds. And I know we have to try to figure out how that could work. My thinking was, can the city just give us the bill and we will just pay it? That you guys wouldn't have to budget for it at all. It wouldn't count against your expenditure restraint. But I don't know, and I think that's something that would need to be worked out. As far as demolition costs go, I know people have recommended some things, and I do believe that between TJ and myself, we could manage the contracts to facilitate that process and make sure that it happens if that was something that is possible. I don't know that it is. And then the last thing I'm just going to say is that demolition.
Your time is up, Brenda. Sorry.
Okay, just one sentence. The demolition is going to be a real problem because to rebuild this would be $2 million, and it's never going to happen. We're never going to find the site. We're never going to get the zoning.
It looks like TJ's number ending in 5636 is now online. So TJ Jones, District 12, representing Madison Street Medicine, to be followed by Savannah Harpel, to be followed by Hattie Wegleitner, and Alder Harrington McKinney. We'll do questions at the end. Go ahead, TJ.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So my background is in industrial engineering, specifically focused into the area of ergonomics. And I say this at the beginning of this particular moment because I do believe that, as Brenda had alluded, we would be capable of managing and overseeing the contracts associated with this kind of work. I will, in any event, be heavily involved in the portions which need to be extracted from the site whenever that does occur for Madison Street Medicine, and other activities could be integrated in the process of that. I've overseen quite a few projects, and I think that it would be something which would be manageable. In the meantime, I also wanted to mention that there are a variety of people who have spoken in different regards to the age, the shelf life, and the capability of this particular set of structures continuing to be used for the purpose. I've been here since the first day that the keys were provided by engineering to me, and have been one responsible for overseeing some of the contracts for managing snow removal and some of the things which have been done with city funds before, like repairing fences. There have been some activities which I have had to undertake myself and do repairs, and I am successful in being able to put pretty severely damaged components at times, probably the worst of which was executed by MPD putting a battering ram through one of the buildings, into good condition, condition in which people actually are able to manage it, acknowledging that these are foam houses effectively, and recognizing that they do have a shelf life at some point, but we are a good ways, a number of years away from the diminution of those functional components on those units. I would say that there will be some amount of need to do some additional work on the main building, which has bathrooms. The high utilization of it has probably not been anticipated as well as it might have had people known that this was going to go beyond the couple of years that it was intended for. We could use some amount of effort at doing some of the reconditioning of those, and I am capable of overseeing that kind of work as well. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Savannah Harpel, District 12, representing Madison Street Medicine, to be followed by Heidi Wegleitner, to be followed by James DeGray. Do we have Savannah?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Hi, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here more so just to provide some updates. I'm a case manager over at Dairy Drive and wanted to let everybody know where we're kind of at with folks, specifically with the 10 housing vouchers, Section 8 vouchers, and the 5 rapid rehousing slots that we have right now. So out of the 10 Section 8 vouchers, 2 of our folks have moved out using those vouchers in their own apartments. 3 of our other folks are approved through their apartments, one of which the inspection through CDA did just pass last week. So we expect them to be able to sign their lease this week, and the 2 others are just kind of awaiting CDA's inspection. We have one individual that is awaiting their briefing to be able to receive that voucher. Another one of the vouchers was ported to another state, so it still counts as one of our 10 voucher slots, but it is being used in a different state through a different housing authority. Another one is in the process with the apartment of getting all of their stuff done in hopes that if all of it goes well, that they'll be able to move in. One is actively searching, awaiting responses, has put in multiple applications, and is just waiting to hear back from apartments. And another individual is searching, but their voucher is expected to expire at the end of the month. So all 10 are being utilized, and they're in possession of all of our clients that are actively trying to look for housing. And then we have one individual that's on the wait list that if one of the other vouchers expires, they would then take over that 10th spot. For 5 rapid housing folks, 1 person just moved out, and then we have 3 people who have completed intake, and another individual that is awaiting intake, just with Urban Triage being out of the office for their Harvest Festival. We are just waiting on them being able to meet to find housing, and then also that 5th person to be able to complete their intake. So as you can see, a lot of the individuals are are actively trying to find places. There's just a lot of different barriers in their way to securing housing, which I'm sure we're all aware of when it comes to credit and housing history and just the stigma against unhoused individuals in general. And that's pretty much all I have today. And then I'm also available for any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Heidi Wegleitner of District 12, to be followed by James DeGray. Heidi?
Mayor, I don't see Heidi, but I saw them earlier, but now I don't.
Yeah, okay, well, let's go then to James DeGray. James, you should be able to unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Okay. First of all, thank you for your time letting me speak. This is a program that is near and dear to my heart. I am part of the program, and I was elected the mayor of Rindall Park before this program existed, which offloaded the TPE that was at Rindall Park. And I cannot express enough my gratitude for everybody trying to do something in the pinch of COVID and the hysteria and everybody not knowing what to do. Even all the people that are supposed to know what to do, it's really rough. And just thank you. I would love to see you guys fund it through April. As I understand it, the funds that are proposed to be used to dismantle this site, return it to the previous condition, is out of the ARPA funds, the federal funds. And I don't think that that's actually probably legitimate. I'm going to leave it at legitimate because I'm trying to be nice here. I do think it could work to move it if it's site problems or something like that. And I would really like to see it continue because this has one of the best, like especially like the press releases that we've had interviews with the press. You look at how many people it's housed. It is incredibly successful if you know anything about housing programs or working with people that are unhoused. And it hasn't been around long enough for like survival rates, physical, like medical conditions and stuff like to know. But I mean, realistically, it is probably the best program I've ever heard of Dollars for Donuts. And it's something I think could be marketable to other states if it goes long enough and there's enough of a record keeping of what's being done. And it's driven by, and I have to mention this, what the people need that are in the program. And I've never heard of another program that's actually operated that way, listening to the people that they're helping and what they need. Thank you. And I want to be clear about that. Thank you, because that's what you guys have been doing and funding that I would like you to keep funding. And I know there might be a lot of different issues, and I just would really love to see this move on. And I understand funding might be an issue. I think it would be very potentially viable if we got more work rehab, skills-based stuff, help people rebuild a routine a little more here. And I think that could be turned into a cash flow if we can actually get people like some skills that can be sold. So there's a product. So this could be moved to somewhere else if this place is a problem, or there's a better location, or eventually, like TJ was saying, these pre-made things will not work after some amount of time. They're pretty good and they're still functional. There's a lot of people that don't have a program like this to keep funding, and they would still be wanting this sort of thing right now. And they'd be looking at the full millions of dollars of investment just to get started, to learn all the stuff that we've already learned about what not to do and what does work. And I just want to say really thank you for investing in something that I think has been a huge success. I do think that originally the ARPA grants were supposedly for things that would go for like 10 years, which is why I'm saying, what I'm saying, because I know this site and everything was only intended for about 2 years when it came to it, because everybody was just, like I said, trying to do the best they could, and it possibly the craziest situation humanity has faced so far. So,
James, that's your time if you can wrap up, please.
No, that's it.
Thank you. I still don't see Supervisor Wegleitner in the registrants. So we'll go on to questions for any of the registrants. on this item? Alder Harrington McKinney, do you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first question is to Brenda.
We can bring Brenda back, please.
I'm here.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. It was listed a lot of the federal, county, city funding dollars. Could you share with us any outreach for private funding initiatives that has been done in this regard? That's my first question.
Yeah, I would say that we haven't spent a lot of time, like during the first 2 years, we had zero time to be able to work on fundraising for this project. And then for the last year and a half, it's been really difficult because it's going to close. So it's been hard to fundraise for a project that is all over the news that it's going to be closing. We have gotten some unrestricted funds from various foundations and businesses that we are able to put towards this, but we haven't specifically raised funds for Dairy Drive because if we raise them specifically for Dairy Drive and Dairy Drive closes, they will be restricted funds in my account and I won't be able to spend them on something else. So it's just been, we're kind of stuck in a box. So we haven't been able to do a lot of fundraising that we might otherwise do.
Okay, let me just reframe my question. I understand where you are now with the potential of closing, but throughout the process, what kind of outreach was done for private funding or any outreach for private funding at the beginning?
We got the contract for this on November 1st and we opened on November 15th. The first year we were so busy still building the airplane, we had no time for anything else. I don't know how else to explain it, but it was extremely short notice that for us to get this up and running, and we were working with a lot of moving pieces and parts. And so we didn't, like I said, initially do fundraising, and initially it was supposed to last for 2 years. So there was nothing to fundraise for at that point because we had everything covered, and then it got extended and we thought it was going to end the 3rd year and it didn't. And then it got extended, but we thought it was going to end the 4th year. So it's been a difficult thing to plan for with the threat of it always closing. This is a common thing for nonprofits. It's difficult to manage when you don't have a longer term, a longer term commitment of funds.
Okay, my second question, and I don't know if that sits in your realm or not, the hotel vouchers, is that something that was a part of what your organization handled? Because that's my question. I want to make sure that I'm asking that question to the right source.
Yeah, we didn't do hotel vouchers. When Rhino Park was shut down, the county had a certain number of vouchers and the city had a certain number of vouchers. And then whoever didn't get one of the vouchers went to Dairy Drive initially. And then as we had openings, as people got into housing and we had openings, the people from the city hotel that didn't get into housing then came to the campground, and those were primarily couples, so usually it was like 2 cabins at a time that we were using. But we didn't have anything to do with the hotels to housing program or the city voucher program.
Okay, then, and so my final question is that when Savannah was giving a list of quote, quote, successes, and maybe this question should go directly to her, was that over a period of time? Because she gave the name, she gave the performance, but I didn't know what block of time. Was that over the past period of the 2 year, 3 year, or what was that time span? So if you don't have the answer to that, I'll just wait and ask that question of Savannah.
Yeah, so what Savannah was referring to was in the same funding cycle where we got the funds that can keep Dairy Drive going, we had also applied for funding for, 5 vouchers and 5 rapid rehousing slots. We were unable to take that contract at the time. My board decided that we didn't have capacity to do it. And so it went back and Urban Triage applied for it. So they started, by the time all the contract work got done, and HUD, I'll just say HUD, they started about in February. And so they've been working on February, and we did end up doubling the amount of vouchers that we were able to get. So we ended up with 10 vouchers and 5 rapid rehousing slots. And that's a partnership with Urban Triage, who is helping those 15 people get into housing. And what Savannah was telling you was there had been questions about what's this, how far is everybody in the process? And so she was explaining how that process went. For us, we've had 97 people at the campground since the beginning. And again, it's like 77% left to positive destinations. Now, positive destinations aren't all housing. Some of them could be other things like assisted living or other facilities.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I am complete for this period of time.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yep, thank you.
Alder Madison, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. For Savannah or Brenda, I didn't get an exact number when Savannah was going through, where folks' stages were. What's the number of that will be left after the housing vouchers are, used for folks who are in the process?
So right now we have all 10 housing vouchers are assigned to people. Are you asking at the end of September where we're at right now? Okay.
Because I believe there were 10 vouchers and 5 rapid rehousing vouchers.
Correct, yeah.
So
I think
I guess my bigger question is, are all 15 claimed? And if all 15 are claimed or they're in a process, where would you all be at if it closed, this fall?
Yeah, so all 15 are claimed. All 10 vouchers slots are currently occupied by 10 individuals actively searching for housing. I should say 8 individuals actively searching for housing because 2 of those spots, those people actually are now in housing with their vouchers. So we have 8 people with housing vouchers still looking, 3 of which we expect to move out within the next 2 weeks. And so I think at the end of September, we are anticipating, I think it's 7. Let me do the math in my head right now. Oh, no. We expect 5 individuals still with housing vouchers looking for apartments that will accept them. And then eventually those may expire or they may find a place that will accept them. And if they do expire, I'm guessing they move somewhere else to the next individual. And then for our 5 rapid rehousing, we have 1 person who's moved out and 4 people who are still in the process. So with all those 15 together, right now we are looking at 9 individuals that will still be in those programs, but will not have a place as of the end of September.
Yeah. So just to clear, because my coffee has expired hours ago. So just to clarify on my end, 15 folks are in a variety of places for those vouchers. Outside of the 15 vouchers, how many would be left?
Gotcha.
Don't have vouchers.
Let me do that math really quick, actually. It's a good question. I think I have it actually written down. That would be outside of the 15, so people who do not have any sort of housing opportunity is your question?
Yep.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
I believe at council there was 20. I can't remember who shared, whether it was staff or you all, but I believe there were 22 or 23 people there. And then I knew there were a number in the housing, getting into housing process, but I'm not sure what's the gap.
It'll be about 11, I would say. I'm also counting 2 individuals that are currently not staying at Dairy Drive that are in like treatment or jail, but they will not have housing opportunities coming out of that. And so that number probably leaves us with about 9 people currently at Dairy Drive right now that do not have any sort of housing opportunity or program that they are enrolled in.
So if you total the people who don't have any housing voucher program, the folks who are away for treatment or something else, and the folks without housing, is a total like 22, 23, 25, 26 people total?
23.
23. Okay. I want to be sure I got that. And then my last question, I think all my other questions are for staff. The last question is, I know publicly there were some articles that came out in like early April about Dairy Drive closing. And it sounds like based on Alden McKinney's, Harrington McKinney's question that you all got the vouchers in February or the work started in February. I just want to make sure I got that correct. Like the work to get the current folks who are in the housing process, that work started in February?
So those are when people received their vouchers was in February. We began meeting with Urban Triage at the end of December to be able to case conference and figure out what folks were getting the vouchers and then learn the process with Tori and Kim from CDA or Sadie and Kim from CDA. And then the first group of people with their vouchers had that briefing in February where they received their physical vouchers. Other folks, because of all the things happening with Social Security cuts and the lack of staffing, it took quite a long time just to get people in for appointments for their Social Security cards. So I think our first group that had that briefing in February, there was only probably 3 people that actually received their voucher, and the rest were actively working on getting their documentation to receive their vouchers. That was about March and April for those. So it was kind of staggered just because of all of the things going on in the political sphere and lack of, I guess, like the delay in Social Security cards and stuff like that.
Gotcha. And I think one very last question. Now I better understand the timeline for the vouchers. So before the voucher conversations in December or February, I guess I just want to understand the activities. Were there similar? I would imagine there are, but I just want to understand. What were the activities before you all got the vouchers in February or around February? Like how does that look? Like who was working on that before Urban Triage has the vouchers to work on helping folks get into housing?
In regard to working, with people to get into housing, it was me and the other case managers just waiting for people to come up on coordinated entry, putting people on the CDA waiting list, applying for private apartments. But a lot of people are not able to afford those. So the vouchers was really like the saving grace to be able to have some sort of affordable housing for individuals or any sort of housing, because for some of our folks, they don't have income. So it allows them to be able to get housing without income.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Alder. President Vitiver, questions?
Yes, for Brenda, and it's sort of along the same line of questioning that Alder Madison had, which is that, Brenda, you presented us with a draft budget, and so my question is what is that budget for? Is that for operating for the 9 individuals who will be left until potentially through April, or is that budgeting for, because my understanding is what we talked about at the last council meeting is you're not intaking new people. So is that budget then for the remaining 9 people, or is that your intention to intake additional people through that time?
Well, the sad part about this is it doesn't cost less when we have less people. Our main costs are our staffing costs, and if we have staff there from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m., it costs the same if there's 9 people there or 23 people there. And it will be 23 is the number that I believe are there right now. And some of them hopefully will be getting into housing, but it won't be 9. It'll be much higher than that. I think it's up for negotiation about if we let more people in. I think that we could start piloting what I was suggesting, which is let the outreach folks decide when there's somebody who is sleeping outside who needs either a respite or something else. We could use the cabins in another way. As long as we're staffing it, it doesn't cost us a whole lot more to have more people there, but we could do something where it's more of like a temporary situation or something. So the cabins aren't just sitting there empty, because that's a valuable resource and one less person who could be not sleeping outside.
Sure, but even though your staffing costs are the largest portion and are, as you say, the same sort of no matter how many people there, you have a different usage of electricity and water, and we have more calls for service, the more people who are there. So those costs do increase for the city if there's more tenants. Is that correct?
Well, our calls for service have been like between 2 and 5 per month, so they've been quite low. I don't know if that would be impacted. And again, I don't have any information about the city's costs. The city has that information. I do not have it. So you'd have to ask that question of Lynette.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for any other registrants on this item? Seeing none, then we'll go on item 11 to questions for staff. If there are any. Alder Madison?
Well, I didn't want to be first because I was trying to get my questions together. So if Alder Evers Eagers would want to go first, anybody else? I just need to get my questions together.
Okay, you can defer.
Thank you.
Alder Evers, questions for staff?
Well, I'll likely have multiple questions as well, but I'll just start with the one that I thought of at the end of Brenda's comments about her staff being able to try to decide what to do during cold weather. Lynette or Jim, based on the funding that we have for emergency housing purposes during climate situations, either when it's really cold or when it's really hot, do we have reason to believe that the funds, it looks like we're quadrupling or increasing significantly the amount of money from last year to from the present funding cycle to next year to put people in hotels and to get them off the streets in those dire emergency situations. Did I read that correctly?
Alder, I believe that the amount of funding that we've dedicated to those emergency hotels at $45,000 is the same projected in 2026 as it has been in 2025 and previously. There is a comparable, maybe a little bit larger sum of funds that is available from Dane County. Those tend to go toward families, but our funding at 45,000 has been pretty stable.
Well, then I seem to recall that there was a line item for urban triage under that same heading of emergency response that is new, and that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, Alder, it was requested, but not offered
funded
funding.
then. Okay, that was not
Yes.
offered funding. So the 45,000, then the question then becomes, is the 45,000 that we have allocated toward that purpose in years past been found to be sufficient?
It has been fully utilized. It's it's used for very short-term stays, usually just a couple of days. So that money is managed carefully so that it will last through the year. It has been adequate.
Okay, well, I'll have more questions, Mayor, but that helps me understand. The reason for the question, Mayor, is we are currently staffing and providing provisions for people in emergency situations. So that I just want to remind my colleagues it's not something that staff has ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Vitiver, questions for staff?
The question that I had for Brenda, which is, can you talk about the usage of electricity, water, et cetera, other costs that the city is incurring that may be dependent on the number of residents at Dairy Drive?
Alder, that expense, that operational expense, so utilities, pest, waste management, and so on, that is about a $5,000 per month expense, fairly conservatively. There is an additional about $10,000 per year that we have budgeted for what I'll describe as maintenance or repair type activities, the kinds of tasks that city engineering staff are usually called out to handle. Those are the two primary city expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews, questions? Alder, you're muted.
Sorry about that. So my questions are more for the logistics of how we could change this resolution to account for the costs that have been talked about that are associated, like the utilities and potentially even the portion of the insurance, although that does seem like it might be hard to do. But it's definitely like putting in that Dairy Drive would pay all utilities, and then if there's any other outstanding concerns there, if that is something that can be amended into this resolution, or if that just isn't possible.
I don't know if that's a question for you, Jim, or for somebody at finance. It's about the mechanics of the contract, given that the contract is set up for us to pay Madison Street Medicine.
So to be clear, Mayor and Alder Matthews, the operational expense, if you want to call it that, is not part of the contract. Has never been part of the contract with Madison Street Medicine. So that expense is sort of independent or over and above the program budget expense. Likewise, the cost to restore the site to its previous condition, which we have working with city engineering have put at about $220,000. That would also not be part of a contract. I'm presuming, maybe I shouldn't, that the council would not assign that responsibility to Madison Street Medicine or some other entity as it's city-owned land.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. So I guess my question is if we would be able to add to the contract at least them paying the utilities and stuff, or if that's not something that we would be able to do with this resolution.
And Alder, when you add to the contract, are you also then providing the means to pay those expenses? Is that?
Well, sorry, I meant adding to the contract that Dairy Drive would pay all of those expenses. Sorry, Director O'Keefe.
Recording in progress.
So when you say Dairy Drive, I'm not sure if you mean Madison Street Medicine or if you mean the city of Madison.
Sorry, I do mean Madison Street Medicine, that we would assign those costs to them, that they would not come from the city at all. So it might be a question for finance, but I'm not sure. I appreciate your input.
So I think that the essence of the question is that the resolution as written says that this would continue the services at Dairy Drive with zero additional dollars coming from the city of Madison. And so I think really it's a question of, do we interpret that to be with $0 for zero additional dollars for the service provision, or absolutely zero additional dollars for any cost related to the services and the site. And so, Alder, stop me if I'm wrong, but I think the question is, if it's the latter, then how do we account for, I mean, just literally in the structure of the contract, because the contract is designed for money to flow one way. How do we account for, is it possible to account for Madison Street Medicine paying the utilities and the pest control and the maintenance and the expenses that currently the city is paying directly, and not charging to Madison Street Medicine?
That's totally correct. Thank you.
So I have a couple of thoughts about that. One is the wisdom of assigning to a third party responsibilities that would accrue to the city. So utilities are in the city's name. If those utilities are not paid, that could become an issue. I also don't, I'm not aware that that a source of funding has been identified for which these kinds of expenses would be eligible expenses, particularly the larger site restoration expense. So I would be, I'd be wanting to be certain that there is a funding source that could be utilized for the kinds of expenses that we're talking about.
So, setting aside the restoration funds, in Brenda's testimony, she did indicate that there is at least one source of funding that they have that could be used to pay for utilities. So I think the question is, I mean, I hear your hesitation, and maybe that's just the answer, but I think the Alder's question is just, is it like technically or legally possible to do, or do we, if this resolution passes and do we have to assume that the $0 is not actually $0, it's just zero additional dollars to the service providers? And again, that might not be a question for you, it might be a question for an attorney or finance staff, if anybody wants to weigh in. Or it may not be a question we can answer. I'm not seeing any handy attorneys on the line, so. Dave, do you want to take a stab at it?
No,
Oh,
I am
look,
here,
there's an
ma'am.
attorney.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been really involved in this resolution. I think part of it is the intent. What was the intent of the author? I kind of hesitate to try to amend the contract on the fly here, given that some of the questions are financial. I mean, if there's an agreement, if part of the requirement is that Madison Street Medicine pays for the utilities, I think there's a way to do that, but we would, as Director O'Keefe mentioned, we would want, some contract language to ensure that happens, or to provide some remedies if it doesn't happen. So if this resolution is, if the council wants to consider this resolution contingent on that happening, I think they can make that part of the motion. We just have to think through exactly how to make that happen.
Thank you, Attorney Haas. All right. Alder Madison, are you ready?
Yes, and I have multiple questions, so I'm just gonna ask two to start and just come back because I do have a lot of questions. My first two questions are kind of together. I do want to understand, either from Jim or Lynette or a combination, what CABA is contracted to do, and how long have they, like, I want to understand what has been their level of service to folks staying at Dairy Drive from creation, from when they first started to what does it look like now. I'm not looking for like, every single month, but in general, for example, where they contracted and provided 100 hours of service in 2021, and now they're contracted or delivering 50 hours of service, this year. I'm really trying to understand that that's my first question. Oop, you're muted, Director O'Keefe or Jim.
Wow. Let me take a first stab. Lynette may have more to add. I am not familiar with the number of hours of staff time that CABA either is or has been providing. But what I can say is that early on, and what was one of the strengths of this arrangement early on, and sort of at the height of its operation, was that there were dedicated staff, people employed by CABA, people who were mental health focused social workers, who were substance abuse focused social workers, people who were involved in crisis intervention. So there were dedicated staff to meeting many of the needs that existed within the population of people that used the Dairy Drive campground. And I think it is it goes a long way toward explaining why this arrangement had a good deal of a success in getting people connected to housing. There were also staff devoted to housing navigation type services. I don't see that in the new staffing arrangement that has been described, and that's troubling to me. And I also know that there has been over the years there's been some erosion of that relationship between the two entities that were on site. I do not believe, and I think you heard Brenda say herself that the funding that she is looking to support anything that might continue beyond September 30 does not include funding for CABA recovery. So it's my understanding that that part of this collaborative relationship would not survive past the September 30th date.
Okay. Oh, all right. So then I have I'm gonna just say my next question then. First, thank you for that explanation, Jim. But my next question then is the liability. So I know folks keep talking about like zero cost. My brain still doesn't understand how that would look. Because if we can get zero cost for anything, there's a lot of us who will want zero cost across the city for lots of stuff. But can someone help me understand? We had this conversation at CDBG, but I think it's helpful to also have it here. The liability for the city if our service levels, to the folks who, can benefit from that level of service from an organization like CABA. Like, what is a liability, if there's any liability to the city if something happens, like something negative?
Where's that attorney when?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that Lynette addressed this somewhat at the council meeting, that it's city property. I assume it's covered under the city's regular insurance, as long as we own the property and we're contracting with somebody to operate it.
And I just wanted to jump in and clarify, because you referenced the CDBG committee meeting, which this was a topic at the last week's CDBG committee meeting, in which somebody made a public comment about the fact that the area around Rindell Park was unsafe for individuals because it had a lack of overall services when we had it as a temporary permissible encampment. And so at CDBG committee, what I pointed out was, the Rindell temporary permissible encampment was authorized by the city of Madison. And we expected our street outreach teams to provide overall check-in services as we did those temporary permissible encampments. As we shifted then to wind down Rindell and go to Dairy Drive, Dairy Drive is in our name with our insurance, as the attorney just said. And at CDBG committee, what I was emphasizing is the difference between that temporary permissible encampment and the campground that we created was the high level of services that we wanted to make sure that was there. The public comment talked about how it became an unsafe place because Rindell didn't have services. And we want to make sure if this campground continues, that those robust services are there and we don't backslide back to what we had at a temporary permissible encampment. That was the conversation in reference at the CDBG committee.
Thank you.
Mayor, and if I might add just one other point. So there's liability and then there's responsibility, and we chose September 30th. That was a very intentional decision that we made more than a year ago, and it was made with a belief that we would have ample time to prepare for closure, so that as the weather begins to turn, and people have referenced that previously, that we would have ample time to do everything we could to get people either into housing or find other arrangements. My biggest concern about what we're talking about now is finding ourselves in the middle of January when some of the funds that people hope might materialize or be available are not. And then we've got, I think, a different kind of liability or responsibility, and that is what to do in that situation.
Yeah. Thank you. My just one very quick follow-up. It's more so, and I don't know how to frame it, but I'm more so just thinking about, because I know you mentioned the erosion of relationships, and I believe CABA is some subcontracted from by Madison Street Medicine. So I'm just wondering if this is stretched beyond its, proposed closing date. Can the contract be separated so that CABA is contracting directly with the city, such as, Madison Street Medicine is, for example? That way, I didn't find anything in a fiscal note that, because again, it says $0, but I'm uncomfortable with a lot of this, but I just keep thinking about the level of services, to the folks who live there. And I don't know how I'll decide on this at the end, but that does cause me some concern about trying to do something without folks' needs being met around mental health, addictions, all those kinds of things. That is concerning for me. And it doesn't look like those dollars have been figured out along with this resolution at all.
Well, I would just respond to that by saying that, and I want to acknowledge that this is very, very, very difficult work, and
Yeah.
and both Madison Street Medicine and CABA have done a good job over the years. Whether they're under the same contract and one is subcontracting with the other, or whether they're under separate contracts, those two organizations need to work very, very closely together.
Gotcha. All right, I'll wait for my other questions for the folks to go.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, kind of following up, and Lynette, you feel free to jump in here. Listening to last week's meeting of the CDBG, I recall Lynette saying that there is, and I think it's come up in this meeting, unless I'm confusing the two, that there is money available for the end up until the end of this year, but that would require a reallocation of money that's currently targeting site restoration, bringing up the issue that's not particularly addressed in the current resolution of what do we do in terms of restoring this site after April 31st, and with the issues that were just have been discussed regarding the expense, the limitations regarding the expenditure restraint program. It is something that we all have to consider, but more specifically, if you could get a little bit more specific, and I think what you're saying, not to put words in your mouth, is that while we could get to the end of the year, there are questions in the kind of the cobbling together of funds from various sources of the ability for this program to succeed for the 4 months in 2026, at the potential risk of being in a situation where those at Dairy Drive would be housed under less than ideal circumstances, meaning that they would not be getting the services that experience has taught us are necessary in order for us to be successful. So I'm giving you the floor to be able to just guide and advise the Finance Committee. Do you think that the budget that Brenda has put together and the discussions and the offers that have been made from the county are sufficient to the task of keeping this open to April 30th, or do you have professional concerns that you want to lay on the table?
So Alder Evers, let me begin with the balance of 2025. You are correct. If a decision is made not to close the campground as we have planned, then the $220,000 of city levy funding that is in the Community Development Division budget currently to restore the site to its previous condition, those funds would be available for any use that the council determined was appropriate. And I would note that those are one-time funds. So if they're not used by the end of the year, they would lapse, and they are not in the division's base budget for 2026. You've said what my concern is, that the larger problem where the greater expense looms is between January 1st and either the end of April or the end of May, if we extended a contract for another 30 days like we did, like we're proposing currently to do September and October, to allow the on-site team to continue to finish up helping people make arrangements. That's where the funding sources are much more tenuous. The $100,000 that Dane County has offered is of no use in 2026. Those funds need to be expended by the end of September of this year. It is not clear that the full amount of HUD COC funding, this $199,000 that Madison Street Medicine has access to and has used at the site, it isn't clear that there are sufficient eligible costs that could be incurred between January 1 and either April 30th or May 31st to utilize all of that money. And I have yet, Alder, to hear a funding source, a credible funding source for the site restoration expenses of $220,000. The operational expenses that approximately $45,000 to pay utilities and pest control and waste management, to take care of maintenance type activities. That too is unaccounted for. In my opinion, it's not a large number. It's certainly a manageable number, but so where the funding is available, which is mostly in 2025, and where the expenses are greatest, which is mostly in 2026, those two don't align. And that's my concern.
And then Jim, and Lynette, maybe you can speak to this regarding the intentionality of a high funding level when we set up the program initially. Just maybe speak to the concerns of what, and not to, I think this has been addressed, but I think it needs to be said again. Of the concerns about, I don't know how else to put it, but doing this on the cheap or trying to do this by cutting costs. And yeah, Lynette, you're putting up some information. Maybe that will help us here. Thank you.
I just wanted to show, just again, because we had this conversation at CDBG committee just last week. We kind of talked about just kind of the history of the funding, which I know that Brenda also sent some numbers. So this is kind of verifying some of the things that she sent in the past. So again, when we were setting up the campsite, we wanted to make sure there was very robust services. The first year, our budget was really high because we had some one-time only expenses. We ended up settling on a budget for 2024 of about $843,000. City operations, so again, those utilities, we were spending about $60,000 a year, and then that year alone, we spent about $13,600 for just general maintenance of issues that were the city's responsibility. So at that time, with that funding level, you guys can see if it switched to staffing, just to kind of show the example to that point. We do have robust staff right now. So over here on the left is showing what we would like to see and what we have funded at that site of a licensed social worker, a substance abuse counselor, case managers, and just general. Our goal has been to have almost 24/7, so 7 days a week, somebody on site. The new proposal coming in, just as an example, does reduce that staffing to a different level. Pretty much 2 case managers, 1 facilities manager, but other individuals, not being that full-time staffing. So it is a concern of, reducing that staffing again, because we've had high success levels of that campsite of getting people connected, reducing that level. We would love to see if it continued from my perspective, ensuring that that staffing level is still there, because that just puts a burden, in my opinion, on those workers who are working with very vulnerable populations then with very limited means. From though 2024, this year, there have been some staffing changes at the campground. When we met with Madison Street Medicine to set up the budget for 2025, to talk about when the appropriate time would be to close the campground, we talked about some positions that potentially weren't needed anymore. So we were able to reduce that budget, but we reduced that budget to be about, and again, this budget only goes to what we expected to be a September close down. So that's $60,000 a month. Again, with the making sure we have adequate staffing and making sure in 2026 there is money for the site restoration. In our viewpoint, that is going to need a 2026 allocation, and we can't carry over any of the unspent money for the city of Madison for this year.
And one final question that related to something you just said about the conversations with staff over at Dairy Drive. When did you start having the conversations, and when did it become explicitly known to MSM that the city was intending to close this down on September 30th? When was the specific, when was it resolutely clear to Brenda and her team over at Dairy Drive?
So we met to discuss the contract. So the contract created the 2025 budget. So we put the estimated close down of September in the contract, which we do at the beginning of the year. In May, I met with Brenda, Madison Street Medicine, to work on a close down plan as well, in which that is when we kind of went through when communication would need to be going to the clients of the campground, what date we expected there to be a close down, offering of communication of us coming to the site to talk to individuals to explain this process as well. And so that happened May of this year, where we kind of tried to establish then the actual closeout plan of these steps that we're going through right now.
So was May of this year the first time that conversation took place, that the anticipated close date was September 30th, or had that been communicated earlier?
That had been communicated earlier. I mean, when we had to sign the contract, we've always said that this would be a temporary campground. We had first said 2 years, because the county provided some funding to us in 2024. They provided about $400,000 to us in 2024, thanks to American Rescue Plan funds from the county. That was one of the places that we attempted to, stretch these dollars even farther. But without that ongoing county support, we knew in 2025 that would be the closing date. So that was all decided in 2024, once we knew that the county's American Rescue Plan funds would not be continuing on.
So when you say in 2024, late last year, it was evident that this would be closing down then, or during the budget deliberations last year, this was evident? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Alder, first of all, we until relatively recently, we had met every other week of CDD staff and folks staffing the Dairy Drive. This has been part of that conversation, and Alder Verveer might remember that a year ago when we discussed before this committee the Community Development Division's operating budget, that question was put to us. What was our anticipated closure date for the Dairy Drive campground? And we responded then. We were awaiting budget information from Madison Street Medicine at the time to understand whether we could make it to the end of September, whether the resources we had could last that long. But that was our response, was that we were targeting the end of September, the end of summer.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll do my best to be very concise. So my first, Lynette spoke about the closeout plan. So did the closeout plan happen also with the neighbors and or people who reside at Dairy Drive? I guess who was part of the closeout plan?
I don't believe that. There were a number of property owners, business owners in the area who were not enamored with the idea, frankly, from the very beginning. A lot of their concerns were allayed due to the good work that Madison Street Medicine and CABA did. So complaints from those folks were less and less frequent. They certainly remembered and wanted to hold us accountable to some of those early statements that this was going to be a 2-year operation. They clung to that. They wanted that very badly to happen. But at the end, they were not part of any conversation, though there was communication, and I think including through Alder O'Brien, there were some communications with some business owners in the area, but they were not part of any structured conversation about a September close date.
And then were the residents of Dairy Drive included at all, like in the closeout plan? Or like how
That
was
would
it
be
communicated to them?
that was certainly a responsibility that we thought belonged to the operator of the campground.
I guess that's the part I'm trying to like did that not I'm just more so trying to understand like how was that communicated to them? Like what was their knowledge of it? Like does this feel like a thing that just happened to them because they weren't aware, or were they always aware as well as part of the closeout
Well,
plan?
if you're asking, did CDD staff have direct communication with people who were using the campground? The answer is no.
Okay. All right. So and I just literally got a couple more, y'all. On the county side, I did email the supervisor earlier, and there was no change in what the county may or may not have available. I believe the last numbers I heard was between $75,000 and $100,000. And, there was not too much reassurance on CDBG meeting, but so I guess about the county part, um, if it closes in September, and I believe I have 9 to 11 people maybe left without, a housing voucher. Has there been conversations or any commitments from the county to help provide some additional funds, just to kind of like support those last few people who are left? Whether it's hotels, whether it's finding more additional funding or vouchers, but something.
Not that I'm aware of, Alder.
Okay. And then I believe Brenda said, but I would imagine you or Jim or Lynette can clarify. There may be unspent money if it closes in September to give back to the city. Did I hear that correct or no?
I believe that she has identified a balance of about $100,000 from the quote unquote city contract. Keep
Mm-hmm.
in mind, the city contract includes both city funds and county funds. And I think those total, it's about $230,000 roughly from the city. And that $174,500 from Dane County. So together a little over $400,000. And at present, I believe that about 100,000 remains unspent.
Okay.
That can be returned, but again, those are $2,025.
Yep.
Um,
So
and
I guess
of little value in 26.
gotcha. The reason I ask mostly because let's just say it closed at the end of September. I believe there was through the end of October, some October date for some level of services. But I'm more just curious about the 9 to 11 folks who may not have anything secure. Can any leftover dollars be used to pull resources around those men and women who may be left?
So the contract, Alder Madison, that we have with Madison Street Medicine is scheduled to run through October 31st, a full month after the anticipated closure. And the purpose of that contract extension was precisely as you say, to
Gotcha. Okay.
allow the provider to continue to work with folks to help them find other arrangements.
Gotcha. Okay. Um,
So yes, those funds could be available.
I think that's it, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Govindarajan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for that information, Jim. I hope, a straightforward question. In the second to last, therefore resolved clause, it says that the contract should be extended and any currently allocated funding through 2026 would continue. If Dairy Drive is meant to be closing at the end of September, what currently allocated funding is there from the end of September to April of 2026? I guess that's just something that's confusing me. And maybe you've answered this, but it slipped through for me.
Alder, from which dates? What funding is available through which dates?
It says currently allocated funding through April of 2026. and that's in the second to last be it further resolved clause.
Well, so let me answer it this way. I hope this is responsive to your question. There are no city funds at all that are allocated beyond December 31st of 2025. There is, I mentioned that we allocated in 2025 about $230,000 toward the program contract. We have, I'm not certain of the number, but enough to cover the operational expenses through the end of September. And we have $220,000 budgeted in 2025 to finance the site restoration. None of that money is available to us in 2026 without an explicit act of the Common Council.
Okay.
None of that money is in our base budget. None of that money would be available to us in 26.
Okay, thank you.
Pritchett?
A quickie question. For the folks at Dairy Drive who administer the program, have they come up with a plan? It seems as though that there is no plan at this point in time. But my concern is this: has there been an attempt on the part of those who administer the program at Dairy Drive to reach out to other resources such as Porchlight, the Beacon, Salvation Army, to hopefully absorb those 9 to 11 people who would be remaining at Dairy Drive? I think there comes a point in time when we have to start looking at collaborating with other resources. And my concern is there's seemingly more a wish that this is going to continue, instead of perhaps beginning to look at alternative plans such as collaborating with other outside resources. And I think this would be a question for Brenda Kunkel.
Well, we're past time for questions for registrants, but if you'd like, staff could do their best.
Yes, if someone could answer that question, whether or not, an attempt has been made to collaborate with other resources.
So Alder, I would, and your too, Lynette, may have something to add, but I would point to some of the work that has kind of accelerated in recent months, perhaps a little late, but what we often describe as case conferencing. So working with and around individual campground users in efforts to try to find housing options for them. As Porchlight is not only the operator of a shelter, but they're also the owner and manager of permanent supportive housing. I think it's very likely that that they have been involved in some way, shape, or form in those conversations. Less so the Beacon, because the Beacon really serves a different function than what we're talking about now. Salvation Army also has some housing. I don't know whether they've been directly involved in those case conferencing efforts, but that's where the collaboration to some degree has been and should have been occurring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the Alder Madison.
Sorry, I guess the only thing, because I did want to ask finance to someone talk us through the resolution, like what's being asked financially or not financially. Just a rough summary of what's being asked.
Thank you, Alder. I will attempt to do that. My understanding is the financial overview of this as Jim has gone through, and Lynette have gone through pretty extensively, is that a contract that's currently in place between the city and a third party, Madison Street Medicine, would be extended. There would be a reference to the county taking some action to utilize its federal emergency rental assistance money prior to the end of September of 2025 to contract with Madison Street Medicine to pay for certain costs between in August and September. And then basically then I guess an expectation or some sort of expectation or desire that the full council would take some action in the 2026 budget to make available funding for any additional costs after or in 2026. And the extent to which the current funding would be allocated in 2025 for some costs, I think is referenced as well. And then left open is the question of costs in 2026. Sort of my general sense of a summary of the financial expectations in the resolution, which is in the final resolve clause about amending the contract and then reflecting decisions regarding funding made by the council through adoption of the 2026 operating budget.
And then I know the answer, but I just want to clarify to make sure I have it. On the county side, we have, because I know the resolution says up to $100,000, but we have got no hard number from the county.
I'll defer to Jim O'Keefe on that question because I think they're in some conversations with the county.
No, Alder, I don't believe we have.
And just to follow up, we have no hard confirmation that these dollars can even be used because aren't these emergency rental assistance dollars that we're talking about?
Yes, they are. They expire on September 30th of this year.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any last questions for staff? If not, thank you, Jim and Lynette. So what's before us is item 11, and now we need a motion.
Moved to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there discussion? Going once. Alder Evers.
Well, surely there's going to be some discussion. As I recall listening to the CDBG meeting, is that Supervisor Wegleitner is not confident that $100,000 number. In fact, the number seemed to be going down by by the day, and it could be 65,000, it could be 50,000. It's not clear how much money is available, and it's certainly it's clear in this resolution that it's not accurate to say this would be of zero cost to the city. And thirdly, there is the concern that unfortunately we are dealing with somewhat of a zero-sum game. We're dealing with kind of the dictionary definition of opportunity costs, and that the money that if we keep this going into April 30th, without a plan to address the site restoration, we bump up against an expenditure restraint mechanism that forces us to make hard choices of what would not be funded. And I know that, having been on council for a few years now, and in the budget deliberations that occur every November, October and November, we end up debating what to do with tens of thousands of dollars, not 220,000. So it's difficult to see how where we're going to find that money for the site restoration. And if we don't do it in this current budget cycle, we would have to amend the budget somehow next year. So I'm perplexed about how we move forward with this, but I'm curious what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess maybe for council, I definitely want to talk more about expenditure restraints, but I was hoping that there was something additional either by the author for the resolution or someone else. I'm not sure who all was working on it, but um, my brain can't process this $0 thing going forward because it was never zero. And I'm also, it would have been personally, just morally, I think, I don't know what I'm saying, but I think without considering the level of services needed for folks who reside at Dairy Drive, I would want to support something that includes some level of services that are necessary for people to be well, and that we committed to them when we opened up, and to not have that doesn't it just doesn't work well for me. It's not like making sense for me. The other thing too, again, I just want to say I am happy to hear that folks are getting into housing. But I'm more concerned about the folks who won't be part of that 15 and ensuring that over the next couple months, if it does close, if it's set to close and the last month is October 31st through, just to make sure people can still have access to services to get into housing, that we pour in any additional resources and encourage the county to even if, I don't know what I'm saying, but it's just more so like if the county's going to come up with anything, can you come up with something to continue to support people to get into housing, to support people to have access to the resources that they need? And I encourage folks to be asking that question as well of our county partners and of each other. What does it look like for folks to be served well in a situation that we agree to put them in? So I just keep thinking about that. This resolution does not account for the service levels at all. It doesn't account for figuring out where the dollars are going to come from and how it looks at the end of the year and how it looks into 2026. So at least that's what's on my mind right now. So sorry, it's not all put together well.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have been really struggling over this, and I'm landing on the term robust level of service. And for the number of individuals who are left and not served, that is a question that I have not had an answer to. Is that the robust service level? And I would ask the finance committee to really look at that. This has been a very emotional thing, and we've gotten strong support for maintaining the Dairy Drive, but I have to circle back in terms of the quality of that service and what does robust service actually mean. And so I am having a problem with the zero cost. I'm also having a problem with the reality of the spend down, the closing allocations and when it started, what should have happened. But we're past that point now. Where we are now is that the residents that are left and have not been placed in housing, will they receive robust service delivery? And where can they get that robust service delivery? And that's what's before the Finance Committee now is that how are those clients being shifted to make sure that they continue receiving that level of service so they can get to where they need to be. And so that's my comment.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan?
Thank you, Mayor. If this is not in order, that's fine, but can I ask Director O'Keefe a question?
We're past the moment, but with your colleagues' indulgence, you can. Is there objection?
Thank you,
No
colleague.
objection. Go ahead.
Appreciate that. Jim, you mentioned that there is currently funding through December of 2025 for Dairy Drive. Would it be plausible to extend it only until the end of the year? Instead of until April 26th?
Would it be possible? Yes, it would be possible.
Would that be something that you would encourage given the context?
I so when I agree that the contract could be extended, implicit in that, Alder, is that the funding commitment would be unchanged because we don't have access, or we don't have ready access to additional funding. The other, just as I try to process the idea, the other thing that comes to mind is that extending it through the end of the year, of course, would leave no time in 2025 to begin the site restoration. And so could leave us with probably probably a situation that we would not want, which would be that the facility itself would remain intact but unoccupied. And I suspect would likely attract people who might try to use the shelters or the facility.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mm.
I have no discussion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is to adopt item 11. Oh, Alder Pritchett, discussion? Alder, you're muted.
Given that there would be approximately 9 to 11 residents at Dairy Drive at the end of September, has any attempt been made to perhaps assess and triage, the people that are there? Meaning, Alder McKinney mentioned and used a term that was used, robust services. So sometimes what we have to do is, of those who are there that require services, have they at any point in time been assessed to determine the level of care that they would need? And if so, would those services be, or could those services be provided by, let's say, staff at Porchlight or Salvation Army or Beacon? I think it's important to really collaborate and then look at the services that are required and then determine who is best available to offer or provide those services.
Although I'm not sure if that's, you're offering a comment or if that's
No,
meant to
I'm
be a
asking
question.
I'm asking a question. Has
And
an
so
attempt been made to triage, assess the level of care for the remaining individuals at Dairy Drive?
so we're technically past questions for staff, but I'll ask
Thank
again if
you.
there's any objection to having staff answer that question. Lynette, thank you.
Sure. Yes, that has been the robust services that we have been offering at the site of bringing people in with the support of staff and evaluating their needs. We have very common tools in our community that we evaluate if someone is in need of permanent supportive housing, could maybe live on their own through a voucher program. And so staff are meeting and doing that case conferencing. We are paying a full extra month for Madison Street Medicine and those services to help the individuals who have not obtained housing by September. So we will continue to support the services on site, or sorry, the services and the contract through Madison Street Medicine through October. Brenda had forwarded a fund of some unrestricted funds as well. We can work with them also of using some of those unrestricted funds to maybe break down some of those barriers if it is a security deposit or someone needs a couple of months rent. So we are in communication with the provider and we can create a plan and continue to work with the individuals that are unhoused. The individuals do have the opportunity to use Porchlight's shelter, and we would encourage the use of Porchlight shelter as well if they maintain and continue to be unhoused after September 2.
And then the next question is, is there someone available who could perhaps advocate for them for those particular services? I mean, do they have to go it alone and try and do it? Or will there be someone from Dairy Drive to help negotiate or navigate for them?
So right now, the individuals that have vouchers, Urban Triage has the contract for housing navigation, and that is their case manager's responsibility to help guide people through that process and be that advocate along with individuals. Again, we will have the contract with Madison Street Medicine through October, and their staff who were here today, such as like Savannah, could be advocates and support those clients as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any additional discussion on item 11? Seeing none, item 11 has been moved and seconded to adopt. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing objection, we'll move to a roll call vote. So all those in favor of adopting item 11, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the staff will please call the roll.
Council President Vitiver,
No.
Alder Verveer,
Aye.
Alder Govindarajan,
No.
Alder Madison, Alder Madison,
Sorry about that. No.
Alder Evers,
No.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
There, that's 5 noes.
Okay, with 5 noes, the item will not pass. And we are on to the main item of the evening, which is the capital budget. So item 13, letter star 89733, the 2026 executive capital budget and briefings. So you will have received from staff a list of the briefings, but Christine, do you want to give us an orientation first?
Madam Mayor, could I ask, could we have a 5-minute break first? Would that be okay?
Is there any objection to taking a 5-minute break? Seeing no objection, we will break for 5 minutes, which let's say puts us back at 7:05. All right, it's 7:05. If we can have folks come back, please. Give people a moment. All right. I'll call the meeting of the Finance Committee back to order and ask Dave to please call.
Council President Vitiver. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Govindarajan.
Here.
Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Mary of Quorum.
Thank you. All right, now Christine.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for sticking around for the executive capital budget briefings. I do have a brief presentation to start today's session. Given the hour, I'm going to make it as brief as possible. And these slides are really meant to be more of a resource to help navigate all of the materials online. So I'll be going through them pretty quickly. Our agenda today will be how to find budget materials online, some of the highlights of the executive summary. Dave will talk a little bit about general obligation debt service and the relationship between the capital and operating budgets. And then we'll go through the process for the agency briefings that will begin as soon as we wrap up with the overview. So all of the budget materials were published online when it was released on September 2nd. So if you go to the city finance webpage, there are multiple links and ways to get to it. But from the budget page, you'd click on 2026 and the capital budget. We always have an executive summary, which we always recommend that people read first because it provides a high-level overview of what is in the budget. It also includes the mayor's message, and there's also a full PDF where you can open the full document, do keyword searches, etc. And then we have each of the sections in the full PDF broken out. So if you want to look at a specific agency or component, you can navigate to that more easily. Within each of the agency budgets, you'll have a summary table that lists all of the projects and the budget by year, as well as a summary graph that shows a comparison between the 25 adopted SIP and the executive SIP. And we also have a description of major changes that comments on every single program or project in the SIP, even if there was no change. The second page of the agency section is a summary of revenues and expenditures. So it's the same data as the first page, just organized a little differently. There will be a table that has all of the expenditures by type, funding sources by type, whether it's borrowing, federal sources, impact fees, or something else. A borrowing summary that has the total GO borrowing and an estimate of the total debt service by year based on the borrowing table above, as well as the summary graph that shows the borrowing and non-borrowing sources within the SIP by year. The budget book also includes a list of all of the carry forward borrowing in each agency. So this is funding that was authorized in prior capital budgets that will carry forward in 2026. And this data reflects unspent funds as of July 31st. So this shows the unused appropriation authority, which is all funding sources for the project, and then the reauthorized GO borrowing, which is just the borrowing. So the borrowing number can be lower than the unused appropriation authority. And then after those summary pages for the agencies, we have 1 to 10 pages, depending on the number of capital projects, that have all of the project details. So here you'll see the project name, a project description, and then the funding sources by type by year. So this is the most detail you'll see about an individual project within the capital budget. And then the final page is the 26 appropriation. So this is just what would be appropriated in 2026, not the full timeline of the SIP. So if folks are reviewing the capital budget and have any questions about how to read a table, what's included, The introduction of the capital budget also includes a section called How to Read a Capital Budget. That's a one-pager that explains what's in each graph. You can also reach out to myself or any of the budget analysts to help navigate these materials. In terms of an overview of the executive budget, we do publish a summary that has a few high-level tables that include a summary revenue and expense graphs. Just a few highlights. The capital budget for 2026 is $285.2 million. And then looking at the time horizon of the SIP, which is 26 to 2031, that plan includes about $1.4 billion. When we're talking about the capital budget, we are just talking about what's proposed for 2026. And the 26 capital budget is the first year of the capital improvement plan, or SIP. And sometimes people will use those terms a little interchangeably, but it's important to note that what's being appropriated by the council is just the spending for 26. That includes the plan for the 6-year outlook. This graph shows the expenditures by year that's proposed in the executive budget, and the stacked colors in each section reflect the elements or the key categories that the project will address. The elements are based on the Imagine Madison Comprehensive Plan, about the 7 elements that make a great city. And the dark blue color is for land use and transportation. This is where the plurality, the largest portion of capital funding goes towards. 37% of the budget is in this category of land use and transportation. So funding for major infrastructure projects, street and sidewalk construction, repair, etc. And the next largest category is green and resilient. So that's about 28% of the budget. And that's reflecting projects like sewer and stormwater systems, energy efficiency, and parks. Within that executive summary, we do have a table, we do have a set of pages that breaks down the capital budget by element. When agencies submitted their requests, they had to select the one element that best represented their project. And we know that lots of projects meet multiple goals, but we kind of force people to pick the top one. And these summary tables kind of explain what the funding is used for, how much is allocated in a year, the different mix of funding sources, as well as highlights some of the major items within that category. When looking at the funding sources for the budget, the largest source is general obligation borrowing. So this includes borrowing that's general fund supported, as well as borrowing supported by other sources, such as enterprise funds. Reserves applied is the second largest source that makes up about 10% of the budget. This is primarily funding from the utilities that's paid back through utility rates. So funding in sewer, stormwater, and water, plus some amount of money in parks programs. And intergovernmental is the third largest category that includes both secured and unsecured grants, both state and federal. And then this graph compares the GEO borrowing by phase. So here you see by year, the darkest color is what's in the 2025 adopted SIP. The middle bar is the 26 agency request, and the lightest color is the 2026 executive budget. So you can see in each year, the agency request was higher than what was adopted for the current SIP. And in most years, the executive budget brings that agency request down. In total, over the course of the SIP, the executive budget's about $20 million higher than the 25 executive SIP. This reflects updated cost estimates for a number of programs and projects. Some of the biggest increases were included adding funding to the fire department for the construction of Fire Station 6, and adding budget to the fleet division for the fleet equipment replacement costs, as well as other reallocations. While there was some increase compared to the current SIP, the executive budget did make a $73 million decrease compared to agency requests, and this was a combination of evaluating other funding sources that were available, for example, TIF increment, and adjusting what funding sources were used for certain projects, as well as adjusting the timeline or reprioritizing within agency proposals. And then one other note I wanted to make about how to interpret the data within the budget is that the 2026 budget is appropriating any new funding moving forward. Something that you might notice if you compare 2026 to prior years is that the annual capital budget can have pretty large variances year over year. So a lot of times for large projects like a new city facility or BRT, we budget the full costs in the first year so that we can let construction contracts, even if we know that the project will be a multi-year effort. And this ensures that agencies have enough budget authority to implement the work. The 2025 adopted budget was 426 million compared to the 26 executive, which is 285 million. And we've received some questions about this, but the difference is really that the 25 budget included about 175 million, which is mostly federal funding for the North-South BRT. And the place that you'll see this in the budget is in the carry forward tables that I mentioned earlier. In the agency sections, you'll see that there's a large unused appropriation authority in North-South BRT because we previously appropriated the funds. And it's not showing in the 26 numbers because we're only showing the new appropriations moving forward. So next we'll cover a little bit about geodebt and debt service.
Thanks, Christine. So as Christine pointed out in the previous slides about how the capital budget is funded, about 60% of the 2026 executive capital budget and SIP is funded from what's called general obligation borrowing. That is debt that the city issues each year to pay for the costs of projects authorized in the adopted capital budget. Most of that debt, we call it GO, that's short for general obligation, meaning that the city pledges its general taxing authority, its property taxes, to repay that debt. A much smaller share of our debt issuance is what's called revenue debt, meaning it's supported by specific revenues related to the asset for which we're borrowing, and that would be sewer or water user fees. Our general obligation debt is usually repaid over a 10-year period, and that repayment each year is called debt service, and that's the principal and interest payment each year on that debt. When we issue a debt in 1 year, the debt service, that repayment of that debt, starts in the subsequent year. So for example, with the 2025 capital budget and the debt that was sold last month, the debt service on that borrowing will begin, the principal and interest payments will begin in 2026. Debt service is a cost in the operating budget. This table just shows by function all of the areas of the operating budget. This is 2024 and 2025. You'll notice debt service, it's the second largest single sort of functional category within the budget, and we're paying that each year out of the operating budget. One way that we look at the impact of the capital budget is to look at debt service on general obligation bonds as a share of the total general fund. And this line graph just shows that what that share has been since 2015 and compares the expected share for the 2025 SIP with the 2026 executive budget. You'll see it's lower in the near future and roughly returns to what the 2025 SIP was doing. Some of that change is more general debt reserves applied to pay debt service, as well as some changes in the timing of projects. Just want to give a little background on that debt service as a cost and what it means in the overall expenditure picture, as well as within the state levy limit calculation. First and foremost, we cannot cut debt service that we have to pay on already issued debt. If we were to do that, the city would be in default and maybe locked out of markets for future borrowing. Turning to the levy limit calculation, when we calculate the levy limit, we're looking primarily at the operating costs of the city's general fund, excluding debt service. And we can increase the property taxes for those operating costs by what's called a net new construction factor. The debt service is taken out of that calculation and is basically not counted within the levy limit. And as was mentioned earlier, the debt service is based on the prior year borrowing as well as borrowing in years before that. And that's taken out to calculate the increase under the levy limit and added back to get the total property tax levy. So when we look at the interaction between the levy limit and debt service, less debt service does result in a lower total property tax than what might be a higher level of debt service because of a higher level of borrowing and a larger capital budget. Less debt service does not increase that allowable levy under the levy limit for operations. There are some interactions with debt service paid by other funding sources. For example, projects paid for with stormwater user fees. It does have an interactive effect of helping the operating budget in terms of the way that the levy limit treats debt service. But I think the key thing here is reducing borrowing in the capital budget, GO borrowing, does not address either the city's structural deficit or the expenditure restraint incentive program limit or create additional room for operating expenditures because that debt service is basically handled outside of the levy limit calculation.
Thanks, Dave. So I'm going to talk about the process for briefings and a few updates about budget process for the rest of the year. So today, after we wrap up the overview, we'll start with public spaces, so library and Monona Terrace. Then we'll go to PCED agencies, followed by public safety, and end with transportation. In the slides that were published on attached to this presentation, I had flipped public safety and PCED, but PCED is first. That's the way that we had noticed it. So apologies if that causes any confusion. We'll resume again tomorrow at 4:30. There won't be any intro. We'll go straight into the briefings with administration agencies, public works, excluding engineering, and then we'll do all of the engineering budgets at the end. In terms of the briefing format, agencies were asked to provide a brief presentations highlighting significant projects and changes in their SIP. We're not doing separate slide presentations. If alders want to see something specific in their budget, you can mention that and I'll pull that up to SlideShare. But there aren't any separate slides attached. And then we'll go into discussion and Q&A on each agencies before moving on. We also told agencies not to talk about every single project on their list, just give the highlights. But alders are welcome to ask follow-up on anything that's included in the budget. In terms of next steps after the briefing, any alder can propose an amendment to the executive budget to be considered by the Finance Committee. We did give a pretty in-depth presentation about the amendment process at our last meeting on August 25th. So I have a link to the recording and the Legistar file that has the presentation attached. I sent that to alders, but again, please reach out with any questions. We do ask that amendments are submitted to myself and the budget team, the budget analysts, by Wednesday, September 24th at noon. You don't need to have a fully fleshed out idea, but we do need to know your intent to submit an amendment. And the earlier you loop us into the process, the easier it is for us to get the financial information ready to publish on Friday the 26th at 1 o'clock. And then any alder can submit a finance committee amendment. And if you're not on finance committee, you must have a finance committee sponsor. And if you have multiple sponsors, just please be clear on communications, copy folks on email so we all know which version we are approving to move forward. And then my last reminder or update about the operating budget is that we are starting to work on putting together the executive operating budget. And this year we are moving to a digital budget book that will be hosted by ClearGov software. I like that enthusiasm, Alder Madison. I'm so excited for it. This was approved by you all in our budget for 2025. Some sections will look different, so there will be some change that we will all have to navigate. But I do think there will be a lot of benefits, including more net visualizations, much more easily, much better navigation features and others. You will still have the option to print a PDF book, and we will still provide some printed copies for alders upon request. And we'll provide, this is still under development, so we don't have a full sample ready to go, but we will provide a full demo once we're closer to the release date. So more to come on operating, but let's get back to capital and the first agency briefings.
All right. Thank you very much, Christine. And so just a reminder, we'll get the briefings and then we'll do questions for each agency as we go. President Bittiver?
I just had two questions actually, generally. So first is that I guess I'm struggling with the ERIP that you said, Dave, that the debt service doesn't affect it. So I guess I thought that the ERIP was covering the entire operating budget. So the debt service is actually like pulled out of that when we talk about the ERIP. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to clarify that. And then just thinking about, have we ever done an estimate of the economic impact of our capital budget? Like how many jobs are created by all of our construction projects? How much economic engine that just us as a city investing in our own capital improvements has for us?
No, we've not done anything like that on the capital budget in its totality. I think we may have done it on specific projects, for example, bus rapid transit or other types of investments that have a maybe more citywide nature.
Maybe that'd be a good intern project or something going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other general questions before we get to the agencies? All right. Seeing none, then first agency is in the public spaces category, and we start with the library. And our library director, Tana Elias, is here. Tana?
Hi, good evening. I just want to highlight that I'm joined by the 4-person team who helps prepare our budget, and they can help me answer any questions that I'm not able to answer myself. So in looking at our capital budget request for 2026, we had 3 projects and programs. All of them were ongoing. So the first one was our 10+ year flooring replacement. We have requested $93,000 for that, for flooring replacement at the Meadow Ridge Library. We also have a library major repair and replacement ongoing program. This year, or in 2026, we're requesting about $174,000 for a variety of larger repairs or replacements across our 10 facilities. And then the largest request and the one that is most unique is the library collection. So in 2025, a few months ago, our library board directed us to request additional funding for the collection, and a little bit of history around that. In 2012, when we opened the Central Library, we reduced our collection budget by $200,000 in order to not have to lay off staff. And our budget was a little different at that time. So all of the collection was part of our operating budget. It has since been split out, and part of it is in capital and part of it is in operating. So in doing some research about the costs of materials and how our circulation has changed and how we compare to other libraries, we requested an additional $250,000 for the collection in 2026, and that would be an increase that continues through the SIP, including a 5% increase in subsequent years, so 27, 28, and so on. A little bit of why we're asking for that now. One thing is that digital demand has really changed what people are asking for. So what we are seeing is people want materials in a variety of different formats. And so if there's a brand new book and everybody wants to read it and it's gotten a lot of attention, people place holds on it in a variety of ways. They want a print version, they want an audiobook version that they can download, they want an audiobook version on CD, they might want a large print format, many different ways of providing the same information. In order to meet that demand, we have to purchase that title multiple times. Also, in order to meet demand, we need to purchase multiple copies of that title, both to meet our requirements through the South Central Library System and to meet the requirements of the patrons who use the library. And then finally, the last thing that I'll highlight is the cost of physical materials, so print items that we purchase for the library, has gone up 16% in the last decade, but our collection budget has remained mostly flat during that time. And knowing that we are buying fewer and fewer items, and so less and less able to meet the demand, we are in Dane County, we spend the absolute last per capita on collection of any of the 19 libraries in Dane County. And then also knowing that we will be adding a 10th location, the Imagination Center at Rindell Park, will stretch our budget further. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that, as is my team.
Thank you, Tana. Questions for library? Going once. Alder Okowitz?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Tana. For the digital collections, if I'm wondering about like the licensing behind that, and like if you share digital copies, are you allowed to share digital copies with the rest of the like the Southeast Wisconsin library system? Or are there licensing issues with that? And do you just pay once per copy, digital copy? How does that work?
That's a great question. I'll do my best to answer that, and I'll invite Molly Warren, our collection manager, to jump in if she has anything to add. But it really depends on the subscription. So we have a wide variety of subscriptions across multiple platforms. Some of them are licensed only for Madison users, and then some of them are licensed for South Central Library System. Some of them are licensed for the entire state. Our Overdrive buying pool, which is the majority of our online ebooks and online audiobooks, we are part of a pool that shares resources across the entire state. And then we have the ability to do what's called Overdrive Advantage and buy additional things just for our customers, so Madison customers. And then, we have other things like New York Times or Wall Street Journal that are very specific to us. And then we also contribute or are funded by South Central Library System to have system-wide databases. Does that answer your question?
It does. Yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Revere?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Tana. I just have a quick parochial question, and that relates to Central Library improvements. And you and I obviously met, I think it was a couple months ago now, to discuss this. And as a reminder for my colleagues, the mid-year appropriation resolution that we considered did address reauthorizing the existing budget authority for Central Library improvements. My question to you is, this is the first budget presentation that we've had where the Central Library Improvements Project has not been called out. And so with that said, could you share what the current thinking is of yourself and Mark Benno and other colleagues as to when might be appropriate time to plug in real improvements to Central Library in terms of looking at the current space usage, underutilized spaces, maintenance, and so forth?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We did, with approval from council, think about or make the change to reauthorize the 250,000 earmarked for design to explore what those changes might be to fix some of the things that we know are needing to be replaced now. So some chiller work that we need to have done that won't wait for another 3 or 4 years for us to figure out what the longer term plan is for the central library. So things that are typically replaced in a 10-year cycle, some upgrades to the building's air ionization, and then some changes to the media lab, which we know we are already committed to repurposing. In terms of your question about the longer term plans, now that the downtown Madison plan has been moved up, I hope to learn from that plan about what the needs are for the building in the next 10 years and combine that with some work that we're doing internally to look at, how are our demographics changing, how are our use changing. For example, the central library used to check out the most items and receive the most visits. It doesn't anymore. We know that the character and the visit traffic of the downtown has changed, and what does that mean for the library, and what does that mean for certain spaces. We just got a grant from our foundation to look at traffic within the building. So currently we have gate counters at the beginning of our library entrances to see how many people are coming in, but we don't know where they're going once they come in. So we will be looking at how people are using the space currently and digging into our stats more to make a longer term plan. In terms of timing, with the Imagination Center coming on board and the downtown Madison plan just kicking off, I don't anticipate that we will have a really concrete answer for what we would want to change in a major way other than, 20-year replacement cycle in the next couple of years.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. I appreciate it. And it's, I think, consistent with our prior conversation, to be sure. So as of tonight, you don't think that it would be appropriate to have this included in the SIP for consideration yet this fall? In other words, any time in the next 5 years beyond 26?
I don't see introducing it yet this year. I think it could be a horizon or a SIP request possibly next year. But with the Imagination Center coming on board, I'm not sure that we have the internal capacity to really get to the final numbers that we would need in order to include it in the SIP next year. And I don't know what the direction will be in terms of new projects.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Tan. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison? You're muted, Alder.
Oh my gosh, I need more coffee. So my apologies because you likely shared this and I missed it. But for library collection, I just wanted to ask, is the demand stretched across the 9 libraries, or do you see more demand at, X number of libraries?
I can say it's hard to say what the demand might be. I can tell you what the circulation numbers are. So Sequoia circulates the most items currently, or as of 2024, followed by the Pinney Library, followed by the Central Library. So that's where we see the demand. Molly might have more detailed information, but that's where we see the majority of the checkouts. I think the demand is everywhere, and then the demand will certainly be part of our 10th library as well.
Perfect. All right. Nope, that's all I want. I just want to understand kind of like where it's happening most.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for library? All right, seeing none, thank you, Tana and staff. And we'll go next to Monona Terrace. Connie?
Hello. We do not have any changes from 2025 to 2026 in our adopted SIP. We have 2 categories that all of our projects fall under. They're building and building improvements, and then machinery and other equipment. So no changes to those. So I will highlight some of the key projects in those two areas. As everyone knows, we're 28 years old, and our windows have been needing to be replaced for probably like the last 10 years that it started. And so we have set aside top priority to replace some windows that were inspected last year and require possible replacement. That's 525,000 in that category. And then the fire alarm system upgrade happens periodically, and we're due up for that as well next year, and that's $367,500. But the lecture hall upgrade is only 63,000, but that hasn't been done in quite some time. And then the biggest project, not dollar wise, but like one of the most important projects is the HVAC control upgrade and replacement project. We have original equipment, and it's very in need of replacement. It's still operating on pneumatics, which are, not even being made anymore, I don't believe. So those are the big ones. And another note, just our capital or operating and capital budget money are paid for partially through the room tax and then also through general obligation borrowing. And I think that's it. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Connie. Any questions for Monona Terrace? Going once, going twice. Thank you, Connie. You're off the hook.
Thank you, Mary.
We will go on then to PCED, starting with planning, and Director Tuttle is here.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, committee members. The budget for planning's 2026 SIP includes our municipal art fund. So there are no changes to the projects that are included in the municipal art fund. There are no changes to the programs that the capital budget funds. We are just retaining the municipal art fund. This includes our art in public places projects, conservation of existing municipally owned work, installations in the municipal and city county buildings, and the Thurber Park Artist in Residency program. This also includes a portion of staff time to administer the municipal art fund and to support the newer Percent for the Arts program. So the only difference in terms of the specific projects that are included in the municipal art fund just have to do with the details of the specific projects through the Art in Public Places program that we think will be implemented in 2026. In terms of the changes to the program's fundings, we do have some proposed changes in the 2026 SIP. Specifically, in prior years, the municipal art fund was proposed to be funded at $160,000. You'll see in 2026 that it's proposed to be funded at $230,000. This is for two reasons. The first is that we have increased expenses from GO borrowing to more accurately reflect the staffing costs associated with funding the program. In the past, the proportion of the arts fund that we're covering our staff costs were fixed, and we're not adjusting with the changes over time in the salary and benefit costs for a portion of the staff time that administers this program. So we're adjusting that number to keep pace with how staffing costs have changed over the several years that we've been funding this, and are projecting in future years a small presumed increase in anticipation of those annual changes. In the art and historical treasures line, this is the line that actually reflects the projects that we implement with the fund. We are proposing to increase both the revenue and expense for this portion. This anticipates approximately $34,000 that we get in private contributions, primarily through the Friends of the Madison Arts Commission, in order to help offset the costs of the projects that we borrow for. This is private fundraising. This is not uncommon. We just, in the past, have typically dealt with these as budget amendments later when we actually are collecting money for a project. So we're trying to incorporate this more proactively to anticipate that these funds are presumed to be part of project implementation in the future. So that's both a revenue and an expense increase. And those are the changes that we're proposing to the SIP. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Megan. Are there questions for planning? President Bittever?
So, quick question about how we're getting those private contributions. Is that because I'm not aware of there being a foundation for planning the way we have one for parks and libraries? How does that work?
We have a friends group for the Madison Art Commission, and they are able to help us with fundraising for specific projects that are contributed to that capital fund.
Okay. And I see the Walnut Street underpass is on here, which is in my district. So is that truly for reals in the plans for 2026?
Let me just pull up the project update on that one. So we are working to commission the murals on that underpass. And this is one of those that we were anticipating some support through the Friends group to help us with fundraising. I think they were applying for a grant that would help us with that, to either help with matching funds or to be the funding for the first stages of the project. So we're including this in 2026 because we're optimistic that we'll be able to make some progress on it.
Yeah, and I do think the Regent Neighborhood Association had planned to contribute to that. So
okay, great.
Thank you. Let's stay in touch.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for planning? Seeing none, then thank you, Megan. And we'll go on to CDA redevelopment. Matt Wachter is here.
Yep. So we have two items in the CDA redevelopment capital budget. We have the ongoing $2 million a year for redevelopment of our portfolio. And then really the more exciting one is the South Madison redevelopment. So Christine asked me to give a sort of a bigger overview of this because this is a project that crosses multiple agencies' budgets. So this is at the corner of Park Street and Badger Road. It's a development that will incorporate Section 42 tax credit housing that will be owned by the CDA. And then within the building, there will also be a replacement for Fire Station 6 and a replacement for the public health clinic that would be moving from the Village on Park. So the idea when we put this together in our budget for 2025, we knew the uses, but we spent the bulk of 2024 doing a master planning exercise to really size those pieces and make sure everything worked on the site. You approved that master plan at the end of 2024. Throughout 2025, we've been working on design, refining it. So the changes you see in the budgets are a reflection of all of that work. I will be honest, we are right in the middle of our major pricing exercise to move some pieces around. So these budgets are changing a lot, and it's quite possible that we're going to get a revised set of numbers in the next week. And if that means that one of these numbers will change, we'll let you know. But we're sort of right in the middle of that exercise right now. And then the other thing to keep in mind is that the idea is that we would build this building and Fire Station 6 would move from its temporary location at the Town of Madison Town Hall into here, which would allow us to demolish that building in order to build the new police station for the south side and the police evidence facility. So this project needs to happen in order for that police project to happen. Once that police project happens, the old South District Station would be demolished, and we would do the second phase of housing development at Park and Badger. So it's a lot of connected moving pieces over the next few years. And I can take any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for CDA redevelopment? Going once, going twice. All right, moving on then to the Community Development Division. And Director O'Keefe is back.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the committee. So the 2026 capital improvement plan for community development essentially mirrors the 25 SIP with just a couple of exceptions that impact the out years. Our budget includes 3 items. First, the Affordable Housing Consumer Lending Program, which combines funds used to help first-time homebuyers purchase their homes. It helps owners of small rental properties make improvements to those properties. And it allows eligible older adults to borrow against their home equities to help them pay property taxes. Second, it includes the Affordable Housing Development Projects line, which primarily goes to support activities that create new affordable housing and also to preserve or improve existing affordable housing stock. And lastly, the Community Facilities Loan Program, which is a $1 million a year resource to help local nonprofit community partners finance capital projects that involve facilities that provide public benefit. So there are just 2 changes to the 26 SIP or in the 26 SIP. The first merely takes advantage of the 5% inflationary adjustment the mayor authorized for continuing programs in 2031. A similar adjustment that was authorized is in the current SIP, reflected in the 2030 numbers. And the second, little bit more substantive, reflects a significant infusion of revenue in 2029, nearly $26 million, that will be generated by the anticipated closures of 3 tax increment finance districts. The timing and the scale of those contributions were unclear when we were asked for our budget submissions, so they were left out, and now they appear in the executive budget. And as they don't hit the budget until 2029, we certainly have time to consider how best to utilize them. But that's really all that you'll find in the community development budget. I'm happy to answer questions, and Lynette Rhodes and Hardy Garrison are here in the event that I'm not able.
Thank you, Jim. Questions for CDD? Alder Figueroa Cole?
Well, what's the budget for affordable housing? The adopted budget for affordable housing in 2025? I'm sorry, Jim, I'm struggling a little bit following all these screens. So can you refresh my memory? What was the budget for 2025?
In 2025, that number is $14.5 million. It fluctuates from year to year, Alder, because a lot of what we use those funds for, we do every year. Most notably the Affordable Housing Fund RFP process that solicits development proposals that are looking to acquire tax credits, federal low-income housing tax credits. And every other year, we do a separate affordable housing RFP process that focuses on development proposals that do not pertain to or don't utilize tax credits. And so every other year, there's a $3 million bump from the previous year.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, 25 million will be the most we've ever put out as available in any given year, as I recall. And do we have some sense of, will there be projects that will be what you're thinking about how we can queue up that available money and let developers know that we have more money available that particular year.
Alder, I'll certainly let the mayor or finance staff correct me if I'm wrong, but I I believe the expectation is not that we will utilize that full $26 million in 2029. Rather, that's the year within which we will receive that amount of revenue from closing TIF districts. And I believe that the intent is to follow through on the schedule that is laid out in the 25 SIP.
I see.
And just carry that forward, basically to respect that already existing schedule.
So it's really an accounting exercise, but the expenditure is the actual project number, and the actual investment in affordable housing will likely not change from year to year from what's in the 2025 SIP.
That's my understanding, yes.
All right, thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. Jim, can you refresh my memory again? How old is our affordable housing policy?
I believe that we are in year 12, currently in year 12.
Does the latest affordable housing policy that tell us where the funds qualify?
I'm sorry.
You know, the
again.
actual policy that tells developers where the funds can be used is 12 years old?
Well, the Affordable Housing Initiative was launched back in 2014, and it's undergone some modification since its early years, but it's essentially intact. And so that is the core of the Affordable Housing Fund now, and it's represented primarily, Alder, in our annual RFP process that solicits tax credit development proposals.
Could you please, when you get a chance, send us a copy or a link? I think there's a link for the map. And send to all alders what the policy is, especially for the new alders, so they're aware how the funds are, which areas of the districts the funds are available for, please.
Be happy to. Yep.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, we update the map every year, right?
We do, but we've really kind of zeroed in, Mayor, on the transit route. And there's a little bit of deviation from time to time, but those are the areas of the city that we give highest preference to. And then there are, so within a half mile of our public transit corridors. That doesn't mean that other areas are not eligible. They are, but the focus is on those transit corridors. And typically we have enough development proposals located within them that it's pretty rare for us to entertain requests that fall outside of those preferred areas. But yeah,
I just didn't
we
want
didn't always
someone
have.
Sorry, I just didn't want someone to listen to the back and forth between you and Alder Figueroa Cole and think that we haven't updated our map or the geography over which we spend affordable housing dollars in 14 years, because that's not correct.
That's what I was
No,
trying to
it
get
isn't.
at,
And
like how, like the latest update to the map, the latest update to the policy. If you can send it off, that'd be
Yeah.
great.
Sorry if I wasn't clear about that. The map was not always part of our review criteria. That was added later on, and it's evolved over time. But at present, it's really focused on those transit corridors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Alder. Alder Okovitz, question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Jim. I'm looking at the carry forward general obligation borrowing, and it says the unused appropriation authority for affordable housing development is 41.6 million. I think part of this is me just not understanding that line of the budget, but that doesn't mean that we could have borrowed $41.6 million more for affordable housing last year that we didn't spend, does it?
No, Alder, that's really a function sort of the nature of the projects that this fund supports, which is to say that it takes a period of time, on average about 3 years from conception to actually carrying out those developments. And our funds need to be committed early on in that process. But then it's a year or more before they're actually used by developers. So don't let that number fool you. We have a pretty good record of committing all that's authorized from one year to the next. Sometimes that money comes back and we recycle it through, but it's more a matter of sequencing, making the commitments first and then a year or two later actually putting them to direct use.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for community development? President Vitiver?
Sorry, I know you thought you were going to be done, Jim. Can you just speak to the Salvation Army Darbo Drive item?
I can take a stab at it, and Director Wachter might want to chime in. We continue to work with the Salvation Army about acquiring that property. I think at some point we will. The timing of the transaction has been delayed a little bit, I think, because the focus, the reason that we're even having that conversation with them, which is the proposed redevelopment of their property on the 600 block of East Washington Avenue, has itself been delayed. And so that's kind of slowed down everything. Matt may have more to say about that, but we're still, I think we're still on course to, at some point, acquire that property.
We actually have a meeting on Friday afternoon to review the updated appraisals because the appraisal got stale. So we are actively meeting with them and their real estate people.
Thank you, Alder. Thank you, Jim and Matt. Any other questions for community development? All right, seeing none, thank you, Jim, and we'll go on to economic development. Matt McJeffsky is here. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. The 2026 EDD capital budget request basically falls into three different project types. We have funding requested for property acquisition through the land banking program, the general acquisition fund, and then also funding to help maintain properties that we have purchased or will be purchasing through those programs. We have funding, in particular TIF loans related to prospective housing development. And then finally, we have our small business development programs that are mostly funded out of TIF districts, but there is some GO funding available through our small business development program to assist with those programs as well. There are three areas where our 2026 request differs from the previous SIP. The first is we've added about $1.7 million to the TID 53 project to assist with the construction of affordable housing at 501 East Washington Avenue. This is a project that's already been approved by the Common Council, and we're now looking to enumerate the funding for 2026. The second area that our request differs from previous years is the addition of a new TID, TID 55, which is the Voight Farm TID. And we have funding in 2026 for private development loans for private development projects that may come forward within that new TID district. And then finally, we are moving some funding between the TID 51 line item and our land banking line item to basically for accounting purposes to more appropriately reflect the use of some of those funds to assist with demolition of some of the properties that we previously land banked. On a net basis, we're not increasing funding there. We're simply moving funding from TID 51 to land banking for accounting purposes. Otherwise, our 2026 request is consistent with the previous year's SIP, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for economic development? Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, regarding land banking, is $1 million a year enough for you to do your job right now?
So far, it has been enough. And the reason for that is that even though we have a dedicated land banking line item within our budget, in recent years, a lot of the land banking purchases that we've completed have been utilizing tax increment financing, in particular TID 51 in South Madison. And so what we do in those cases is we, assuming the council approves us moving forward with the land banking purchase, we amend the budget to move funding from that particular TID into the land banking line item. And again, we've been very successful in that regard in recent years.
Well, then if you had more money, would you be able to, are there parcels that we should be looking at that, or I guess you've answered the question, but if you had more money, could you use it?
I'm not sure that we could, because we're frankly constrained by staff capacity to both buy properties, plan for their redevelopment, and then ultimately partner with private developers for redevelopment. So I would say that I don't necessarily think that we would be able to spend the funding. And, you know, we always have the option. I realize it's not a popular option, but we do always have the option that if there is a property that becomes available that the city really believes would be useful to fulfill some of our planning initiatives to purchase, there is always the opportunity to come back to the council for a budget amendment, or if it's towards the end of the year. So for example, if we identify a property in the second half of 2026, we could work to put that funding in the 2027 budget. As I think all of you know, purchasing properties takes time, and you know, we often would have the ability to close in the following year if that was a decision that the council wanted to do in order to provide funding in a future year's budget.
Well, thank you. It's interesting that you bring up staff bottlenecks and that we tried to address that in the operating budget a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago, to get you more staff in the real estate division to be able to handle situations like that. So if you need more money to be able to be aggressive with respect to land banking and staff is one of the restrictions, that's something that we should know and perhaps talk about further.
Yeah, I wouldn't really characterize it as a bottleneck. I would just characterize it more as sort of, you know, where we want to focus our time as a city. So a lot of our focus in recent years has been in South Madison, and we've been very successful in purchasing properties and getting properties ready for development. So I'm not sure that necessarily the answer is additional staff. It's really just sort of the city prioritizing you know, land purchases that really forward our goals as a community. And so I don't, again, whether it's more staff or more money in the land banking program, I don't know that either really necessarily would kind of change us focusing on our priorities that we're currently doing.
Well, that said, you know, I'm interested in this topic. So if things change between this year and next year, please let me know. All right?
Definitely. Yep.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for economic development? Seeing none, thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to public safety and health, starting with the fire department. Chief Carbon?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Alders. Joined tonight by Brent Sloat, our Administrative Services Manager as well. But thank you for the opportunity. A brief overview, our capital budget really is broken down into 4 areas. We've got our fire and EMS equipment, our communications equipment, our training capacity and capability development, and then most recently the South Madison redevelopment and the Station 6 rebuild. Outside of the change with Station 6 and the costs associated with that I think Matt Wachter discussed earlier, the other three areas have really no differentiation from the 2025 SIP. There was a modest increase of $50,000 in communications equipment that was put in there for emergency management, for some cellular on wheels to provide secondary backup communications in the event of local disaster. But outside of that, no other significant increases or changes. Probably the most significant project slated for 26 is the installation of the training prop that we have out at station number 14. This would be the third year of an iterative process, slowly but surely building in and preparing for that final installation. So the roadways have been placed in, the water mains have been placed in, and the foundation for that is prepared and ready for installation when the time is appropriate. But outside of that, that really is the quick and easy summary of our capital budget. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for fire? President Bittifer?
So, new vehicles like ambulances or fire trucks, those would be in fleet, is that right?
Correct. We do work hand in hand with fleet, but that does live in their budget.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for the fire department? Being none, thank you, Chief. And we'll go on to police. Looks like Assistant Chief. Oh, we have actual chief, not interim. Patterson here and Assistant Chief Valenta. So chiefs.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for your time tonight. I'm joined tonight by Assistant Chief Paige Valenta and MPD Finance Manager Teague Maurer. So each program or project included is not new to the SIP or Horizon list this year, and each represents either a focus on modern technologies which support our daily operations, or a focus to help your police department address serious capacity constraints in our existing facilities. So I'm going to resist my urge to fall back on my old role, and we'll lateral it over now to Assistant Chief Valenta, who can walk us through a short summary of each program and each project, and then we'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. MPD does not have any new projects in the SIP, and there are no significant changes to project funding. MPD has only one capital item in the 2026 SIP, which is in fiscal alignment with previous years of this program, and that is the Police Technology and Equipment Program. This is a standing program in our budget, and it allows us to stay current with modern technologies that support our daily operations. We rely on this program to replace equipment that has come to end of life. For example, we're currently upgrading our squads from 4G to 5G connectivity. Each of our squads is something called a cradle point router that connects the squad to the internet. And as you might understand, for our officers, their squad is their office. And they spend hours a day moving about in their vehicles in the city, taking calls for service and getting their work done. So they need access to records and data and to read and send emails, and that cradle point technology is what makes this possible. And we're going to upgrade our cradle points out of the police technology and equipment program. I think also worth mentioning in the next few years is the new South District evidence and property room, which Director Wachter talked about. Currently, architectural bidding is underway for this project. Also slated in the future is a replacement of our police portable radios. We currently have radios that have reached their end of life, as all technology seems to do. So we'll look to replace all portable radios over the next 4-year period, starting in 2027. And then finally, a new North District station remains on the Horizon list, and our department is looking forward to progressing with that in the future. And I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chiefs. Questions for police?
Yes.
Alder Verveer?
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thanks, Paige and JP and Teague. I certainly want to, on behalf of all of us, congratulate you again, JP, on the very wise choice that the PFC recently made, and happy to have you here as our permanent chief. And also happy to have Paige here in her new capacity in terms of being responsible for finances as one of our assistant chiefs. The question I wanted to ask about is body-worn cameras. And it's a question that several council colleagues have raised with me over the last few months, as well as some members of the community. It's a question that I'm sure you all receive more than I ever would. And obviously, I took great note, and I've referred a lot of folks to your April capital budget request and that last section, JP, where you listed, it was entitled "Future Need Body-Worn Cameras." And I obviously won't read it, but the main point of your agency request, but obviously I wanted to ask you how you feel, especially now that you're a newly minted permanent chief, is what you think a realistic timeline might be for us policymakers to consider full implementation for your patrol officers. Obviously, in that April budget request, you more or less said that more time is needed to evaluate and understand the related operating budget costs. So was hoping obviously for both short-term and long-term vision on that very weighty issue.
No, I appreciate that, Alder, and thank you for the kind words on the front end of the question. I appreciate it. I'm very honored and excited to keep this going, and certainly to keep Teague and Paige together as our finance team is fantastic. They've been doing a great job. As far as body-worn cameras go, I mean, I think it's a nuanced answer, and one of the biggest concerns, if we can call it that, leading into full implementation, are the operating impacts for us. Right now, the records staff has their hands fairly full with all things video that are non-body-worn camera related. And I can tell you the requests that we've been getting from the public and a lot of folks that have YouTube channels or social media, that are posting a lot of our videos, have really started to overwhelm our staff to the point where we've seen our backlog kind of increase and the wait times increase when it comes to all things video. So, I mean, we've talked about two different things. Obviously, the full implementation, which I think our former chief wanted to do everything all at once. And we've been toying with the idea of perhaps a slower phased approach over multiple years, which would allow us to, I think, better understand the operating impacts, because a lot of it, Alder, to be honest, is us making best guesses based on what the current demand is for all things video. It frankly might be better for us as an agency and for us to come back in a future year with better and informed requests for the operating side of things, if we're able to consider a more phased in approach. So I'm not trying to dodge your question, which was what's a better timeline, but I'm hoping in the early part of next year we'll have a better idea as to how that could work.
Thank you very much for that. And I should also note that I obviously, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one, took note that body-worn cameras weren't mentioned in your operating budget request submitted in July to the finance department. So I know that you're not pushing for this immediately. If I could just put you on the spot, and I know there's others that want to ask you questions probably on this topic and other topics, but if I could just ask you, Chief, and realize I'm putting you on the spot, if policymakers put forward a body-worn camera amendment or amendments plural, capital and operating budget this fall, are you saying that you don't think that your department would be ready to implement even another patrol district or two in the year 2026, that you do need a lot more time to figure out what the impacts are, especially for your record staff and the operating budget?
Just to be clear, if we want to try to package together a capital request with, the best estimate that we can with an operating accompaniment. That's what I was referring to. If there's a desire to acquire technology now, certainly we're not going to decline that, and we'll do our best to absorb things and, you know, be intentional about how we would phase that technology in. So certainly not going to say no to that, Alder, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so to be clear, you're not saying that, no, you don't think you could perhaps implement something at some point in 2026?
I think we would have to be very
if you had the
intentional.
resources.
Exactly. We would just have to be very intentional about how quickly we would deploy the technology if we were to acquire additional technologies to make sure that we're not overwhelming our records staff. We wouldn't want to make you know, the public wait any longer, for example, if we suddenly deployed, you know, 75 cameras or something like that. But we would just be very intentional with how it got deployed and when. That makes sense.
I understand.
No,
And then it just occurred to me one follow-up question, then I'll yield, Mayor. And that is, are you aware, any of you three, aware of any existing or anticipated federal grants that might be available in this regard? I know that previous administrations had federal grants that were available for body-worn cameras that we, you know, passed on those opportunities, given the controversy that this was for many in our community at the time and has been for years now. But are any of you aware of any federal, perhaps, grant opportunities in this regard now or in the future?
And certainly Teague or Paige, if you have more other information or more current information, please chime in. But the most recent opportunities that have been available that I was made aware of later last year had a 50% match for every jurisdiction that would apply. And so it wasn't a straight, you know, 100% grant opportunity. It was the jurisdiction who received the award had to actually match, you know, 50-50 for whatever the grant award was. And so that was the struggle, obviously, was the operating cost is how we would actually match that without a full award or without the ability to pursue additional staff through the operating budget process.
And just so I understand, that opportunity that you saw last year, that was for both capital and operating expenses, you recall?
I believe so. I'd have to refresh my memory though, Alder. It's been a while since I took a look at that.
No, I appreciate that. Okay, thanks very much, all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett.
Yes, once again, kudos to you, Chief. Quickie question. You pretty much answered all of my questions with the exception of one. Do you have a budget pretty much prepared at the ready, you know, with just about everything, including like wants, you know, 4 body-worn cameras? Budget that you could, let's say, for example, knowing that cost goes up, knowing that there's a little bit more research that needs to be done, you know, do you have a budget that you could, let's say, rely on should the opportunity present itself, let's say, next week?
In short, I mean, we could certainly get estimates together and updated as quickly as possible. Last year, when the body-worn camera pilot report was submitted to council, there was a cost estimate included in that. It was really just that. It was a pretty wide ranging estimate. And, you know, a lot depends on rather with whether we would stay with the same technology provider that we have currently, or if we would go with a competitor. And as you know, currently we use Panasonic Arbitrator, and that's exactly what we have in our squad cars as well. Unfortunately, you know, competing vendors, the technology and the software don't talk with one another, and so that's a significant financial decision if we were to, you know, deviate from our current vendor. So that's why there was such a wide range in the actual estimate that was provided to council last year. But in short, we could update numbers if that's what's desired.
And would that budget be inclusive of sufficient numbers of patrol officers?
Well, we didn't include any. We included supporting staff in the estimates. I don't think we've ever included any commission staff. It's been non-commissioned staff only.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to ask a question to Paige, if you don't mind, Patterson. So I mean, it's a budget question about the money for the evidence room, which I was actually looking forward to that. And I think you're right, Matt spoke about it earlier, and I see the funds are now moved to 2027. So can you refresh my memory again? When is that project going to start? Is that is that a firm date based on the Jenga projects that we're having in the South Side area?
I liked how you referred to that kind of waterfall of
Jenga.
projects as Jenga, yes. And
Yes.
perhaps Director Wachter can weigh in on this, as you know, as he presented this South District and Evidence and Property Facility as part of that cascade of projects. So currently, I believe it's scheduled for 2027. I have heard a little birdie mention that it could be pushed back a little bit depending on just how some projects line up. As I said, we currently are working on an architectural RFP, so we are making progress with that, but understand that there might be some elements beyond our control, and we're just very happy that we are making progress on the particular build.
Thank you. And either one of you can answer this. I think maybe 3 years ago, John, that we took a tour with a couple others of the facilities, maybe 3-4 years. Yeah, like 3 years ago.
I think it was when former Alder Furman was still on
Furman
council.
and Patrick and I went to take a tour of all the evidence facilities, and they were pretty stressed at the time. So how are you guys coping with the increasing, as the past 2 years have gone by, when it comes to storage and all the difficulties that were presented at that tour?
It's gotten worse, I guess, in short, to be very honest. And, giving the build timeline being pushed out, I think realistically, we're gonna have to look at like temporary storage containers at some point in the next couple of years. We're simply running out of nooks and crannies to utilize at this point.
So that kind of purchase, will that eventually also be a capital purchase then? If we had to get
No,
containers?
I think it would be an operating service expense more than likely.
Oh, like a service.
Red box or equivalent rental type thing, so.
Oh, I see. Oh,
Mhm.
that's also something to consider. Okay, well, thank you for that information.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, it is a pleasure to welcome Chief Patterson. And then I am also pleased to welcome the Assistant Chief Valenta, who came out of the West Side, and the West Side is the best side. I need to put that in before Alders Madison puts that in. So my question, of course, is around body worn cameras. And so let me just give you these questions and then you can answer them as you choose. You talked about concerns about operating impact. I'd like for you to look at the pilot that was done on the north side, and if there was a phased in approach, would that change our looking at implementing body worn cameras? So a phased in approach, looking at the results of the pilot on the north side. That's one of my questions. And the second question is looking at the surrounding municipalities and the city of Madison not having body worn cameras. How does that impact when there is a need for to have, what do you call it, when other municipalities come in and assist when there's a need. I'm trying to pull out the name, but I can't even remember it. You know what I'm talking about. And so those are the questions that I have right now.
No, I appreciate that, and please let me know if I don't address your question perfectly, Alder, but maybe not very articulately, but that's what I was suggesting in my response to Alder Verveer, is just that more phased approach, I think, is something that we could do sooner. You know, if next year is desired, I think that's something we could do, and it would help us understand, I think, and educate us along the way as to what the realistic operating impacts are. But again, I'm aware that we're having, you know, some challenges right now with all things video in our records section now. So we just have to keep that in mind, and that's why I was suggesting a you know, more deliberate rollout of technology, just to make sure that we're not overwhelming that support staff. You know, we are, and not that this should be a reason to do anything, but we are the outlier, you know, in the county. So all of our partners, when we request mutual aid, it's a very much a rarity for them to not have body worn cameras on. But that's not like a condition of a mutual aid request that they either wear them or don't wear them. We're just, you know, increasingly surrounded by agencies that have them.
So just a follow-up question, with surrounding municipalities that have body-worn cameras, am I understanding that the fact that the city of Madison does not have body-worn cameras, that would not impact their coming in when there is mutual aid requested? Is that what I heard you say?
That's correct. I'm not aware of us ever putting stipulations on a mutual aid request that they not wear them. I don't know, Paige, if you can think of any. I mean, certainly several years ago, there was some stipulations we put on, like, type of less than lethal equipment that they may carry, but never for body worn cameras.
Okay, I don't know if I got my answer. So would they, if the city of Madison put a call out for mutual aid,
The Alder is
would there
asking the
be any?
opposite question. Are there agencies that wouldn't come in to give
Yes,
us mutual aid because we don't have cameras?
that is, thank you, Madam Mayor. That is exactly what my question is.
No, I don't. I believe that answer is no.
Okay, I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder. And perhaps because there's been multiple questions on this, Chief, can you just clarify a little bit more? My understanding is that the major concern with cameras is not the technology cost, although it's clear that you're not quite ready to decide what technology you want to buy, but rather the um, potentially large need for additional staffing in your records section to be able to review and redact all of the video that would come from these cameras. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Mayor. That's correct.
Right. So and that is potentially impacted by them only being in one district at a time, but you'd still have exponentially more video than we currently have that you'd have to be able to process.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Thank you. Alder Pritchett, did you have additional questions? Oh, I think that's a no.
Correct. No other
Thank you, Alder.
questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for police then? Seeing none, thank you all. And we'll go on then to transportation, starting with Metro, and our interim general manager, Eric Knapp, is here.
Good evening, everyone. Eric Knapp, the interim general manager for Metro Transit.
met the incoming general manager earlier this afternoon, and she's going to do an awesome job. I'm looking forward to meeting her and working with her. Our capital budget request and the executive capital budget is very much in line with the SIP that was adopted in 2025 for Metro. It has just 3 projects. The sum total of those 3 projects across the 26 to 30 period is exactly the same as it was in the SIP for this year. We didn't make any significant changes. We did relabel or rename a project to transit buses and charging equipment this year from electric transit buses and charging equipment. All of our projects in the capital budget are split between the federal lion's share, mostly 80%. The largest one being that transit buses and charging equipment. The focus of that in 2026 and really moving forward over the next few years is going to be heavily focused on ensuring the charging infrastructure is expanded and accessible to allow our wonderful electric buses to serve more routes and more people. The 60-footers hold a lot of folks, and they do a great job, especially when they're well charged up and across the city. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have about Metro Transit.
Thank you, Eric. Are there questions for Metro? President Bittever?
I mean, I think everybody wants to know what's the future of the Beeline and are we getting federal funding?
I would defer that question to Department of Transportation boss and awesome teammate Christoph when he's around. But we continue to actually work on the planning work for it. I think there's a lot of questions there, but I would defer the likelihood of federal funding and or timing around it to Christoph.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I mean, since you're in this position, can we just use some impact fees to help the Metro budget?
I knew somebody was going to do that. They do not work that way.
I know, you don't have to explain it. I will leave that for later. Just kidding.
And I'm here to answer questions about Metro. This is not
I
a Parks
know.
Capital briefing. Lisa will get her due tomorrow.
Just keep giving you a hard time. Thank you for covering for Metro. We appreciate you.
Been an adventure.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for Metro? Being none, then thank you, Eric. Appreciate you. And we'll go next to parking. And Stephanie Cox is here. Stephanie?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. For the parking division 2026 SIP, we have 3 items. 2 are new. We have one-time $200,000 budget item for the Block 88 commercial space, which was the former bike center in the Wilson Garage. This is money that we are setting aside with looking at the possible option of leasing that space out. We have also a new program for equipment and infrastructure upgrades. Previously in our budgets, we had separated out each project for upgrades or improvements to our facilities. We've created a program now so we can keep this moving as every year we're looking to make improvements. And then we have updated our vehicle replacement plans. So our 2026 SIP amount is around 1.3 million, which is a pretty significant increase from our 2025. But we have several projects in our facilities that we need to address with upgrades to our lighting system, elevators, to keep everything safe and working for everyone. And then we have a lot of technology upgrades for our staff. So that is a quick rundown of our 2026 capital budget. I have a feeling I'm going to get a question about Block 88, so I will be ready for that if anyone has one.
Thank you, Stephanie. Alder Okovitz.
You might not be ready for this because it's not about Block 88. I have two questions. So one, for the drawing down from the parking, I have three questions, I guess. Drawing down from the parking reserves, what's the current state of that reserve? And is there a target amount that you're going to, or are you just trying to draw it down to zero?
We're never trying to draw down to zero. We're actually trying to build our reserves because that is how we continue to operate and cover all of our expenses and costs. So we are currently right around 17 million right now in our reserves, but we have a debt service now that we're paying for the State Street campus garage. And then we still have that project going on. So we have items that we still need to cover. But right now we're at about 17 million.
Okay. And then I I'm a little surprised not to see like maintenance for existing parking structures in here.
That is in
Is
that equipment and infrastructure program, the new program
Okay.
for this year. So that is where we are putting a lot of our larger projects. The other maintenance items are in our operating budget. So you'll see that when we do our operating budget.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. And Stephanie, I know you were anticipating the question about the former bicycle center on Block 88. So as you and the mayor and our economic development director, who I see is still with us in the meeting, all know I've been advocating that we speed up the process to finally occupy that site, as it's been dormant for way too long and frankly a bit of an eyesore. Anyway, with all that said, as of this evening, could you share with us, and perhaps we do need Matt's assistance from the EDD side of things, what your most optimistic timeline will be to try to find a tenant for that space?
I am going to ask Matt to join us on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And so we are trying to work this into the work plan. You know, as noted, there is a budget line item to have funding for build out next year. So we are in the process of seeing how we can identify a staff person to take on leading the leasing of that space. I will note, however, just for everyone's benefit, that there is a space about the same size in the building, just a little further down Pinckney Street, that is owned by the owner of the apartment building. And that space has been vacant since the building was built. So even though we're going to start the process of trying to identify a tenant to locate in the space, it's not a for sure thing that we will find someone right away, given that there is other spaces in the building vacant and elsewhere in the downtown.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'm certainly aware that Stonehouse Development has been unsuccessful in executing a lease for that other retail space, Matt. I'm hoping that maybe the proposed TI here in the executive capital budget might be more of a sweetener than maybe what Stonehouse has been offering. I don't know. But so you're saying that your real estate staff is so, work plans are so full that we might not have a real estate agent that's available to work on this still for a period of time? Is there any way you think you can prioritize it?
Yeah, so to date, we have not had someone available to work on this, but we are actively in conversations to get someone in place that could do that. You know, I mean, obviously the space has been vacant for a few years now. Clearly, having funding for a TI allowance in 2026 will be helpful in hopefully finding a tenant for the space. So we do recognize that this is increasingly becoming a priority for the city, and we're going to see what we can do to make time available among the staff to work on the project.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. And then just curious, remind me, have we in the past utilized third-party commercial real estate brokers to assist us with any of our properties in terms of a retail?
Well, we don't, outside of the Village on Park, we don't have a lot of retail that we lease. At Village on Park, we do partner with a private broker to assist with brokering those spaces.
But that's not a direction that you think we need to take with Judge Drill Square?
I mean, we could go in that direction, or we could start by just posting it for lease ourselves and then see, what type of interest we get. And then if we feel the need to partner with a broker, we could bring a broker on. We would, obviously have to go through the hiring process to hire a broker to do that, to contract with them to complete that work. So, we'd likely have to issue an RFP and then find a broker to take on that work. But certainly it is a path that we could take, especially if we're not finding interest by brokering it ourselves.
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly would prefer that we keep it in-house if possible. And maybe that is a good fallback position if we need it. Well, thanks very much, Matt. And thank you, Stephanie. And as you might recall, we really covered a lot of other territory when we saw each other last week. So I think all my other questions I would ask you tonight were answered by you when we were together the other day. So thanks very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for parking? All right, seeing none, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to traffic engineering. And our Director of Traffic Engineering, Yang Tao, is here. Yang?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Our 2026 executive capital budget include 5 different programs. That's a lot, but actually that's fewer than all the last few years. We have a total budget of $3.1 million. For the future years, it's also consistent as a level. The only exception is 2027, which will request more funding for our public safety radio system. So that brings a total for 2027 to about $4.4 million in the CIP. Our radio system agreement with the vendor expires at the end of the next year. We're working with them to look into the options, and we expect some capital expense in 2027. Comparing to the 2025 WCIP, we actually see some significant decrease in the budget in 2026, 2027, 2028. So you might be wondering what's going on. The reason is we had a few federal grants that we spread out to future years initially, but with all the uncertainties, all the worries that we might lose it the longer we drag on. If you remember, we did some budget amendments in this year, in 2025, and moved a few $1 million from future years to 2025. So that reduced the CIP amount for the next 3 years. I'm also happy to report that we are actually making really good progress on many of those projects. So staff are doing a great job finding ways to get those projects done and expedited so we can get reimbursements from the federal government. So for example, for the LED streetlight conversion project, that's totally completed. So I'm happy to report that almost 90% of all the streetlights maintained by the city now is LED. the exact number is 88%. About $8,500 streetlights are now LED. So that's out of 9,500. Really happy on that. I also want to highlight a few changes, other changes. So the first one is the camera lifecycle management program. You may remember that in our budget in the previous years. So it's no longer in our budget request this year because we work with the IT. The IT has the same program for cameras for other agencies such as MPD, and traffic engineering's budget is for traffic cameras. So we decided to merge those two programs and move traffic engineering program to IT program. So now it's under there. I already mentioned that the increase of funding for public safety radio system starting in 2027. For Safe Streets Madison program, we actually propose a slight decrease comparing the previous TIP. That's about $250,000. The reason for that is that again in 2025 we received some TIF funding to do some safe streets projects. So we want to adjust for that. Also, we have lots of projects going on funded by federal grants that helps too. The final change is for the traffic signal installation program. You will see a pretty big decrease compared to the previous years. Previous year CIP. Again, that's because we moved the federal funding from the carbon reduction program to 2025. So that's almost $3 million funding across 3 years. So that's the major changes, but I also want to kind of mention just a few things for your information. We in addition to the budgets you are seeing here, we are also delivering a lot of projects funded by quite a few different federal grants. We thanks to the support from the mayor and the council, our capital budget grew from $1.67 million in 2029 to $16 million in 2025. Actually, in 2023, it was even higher, about $26 million. So some of those are Safe Streets Madison funds with different city projects, and most of those are different federal grant programs we got in the last few years. So those budget was already accounted for in the previous budgets, but the projects are still being delivered. So we'll expect to spend quite a few staff time on those projects in the next few years, even if we don't get additional federal grants. But we may try to get more. Also another highlight want to know that I think many of you are very interested on the Safe Streets Madison program. So we're making a lot of progress on that. So far, we had 140 projects completed, and also 80 of them in different stages of delivery process. So really appreciate the partnership with the city engineering, and really moving forward on many of those. And here I want to thank many of you for working with us on those projects. And we're really happy to see these are happening in our communities. So that's all I have. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Yang. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. Thank you, Jan. So of those 80 some projects completed, were those all completed in 2025, or are you saying from a longer period of time?
That is a great question. Yeah. So we actually had 140 of those projects completed and those were from 2022 to now, to 2025. So a little bit over 3 years. So that's since the kind of formation of the new infectious medicine program. So yeah, so so right now we basically we look at our capacity. We can what we're trying to deliver anywhere from 50 to 70 projects also every year.
So, on regards to that capacity, so I mean, I see the budget from 2025 was $1,152,000
Right.
for that. And then this year we're putting 1.4. It's just like, is there a way to have an estimate of how many more projects are going to be knocked out of the list? And I have to be honest, I haven't looked at the list for a long time. So are we still on the 500 list? Or are we up to 600? Like, what are we making a significant dent on these projects as we move along through, every year with the amount of funds? That's question one. And then question two, are we staff at the levels needed to deplete all that funding timely and be able to get as many projects through every year?
Yeah, those are great questions. So first, yeah, you're right. So we still have a pretty long list, candidate list for the program. It's a very popular program. So right now it's about 550 of them, candidates. And I will say that in the foreseeable future, we probably never see this going down to zero, because as we keep delivering projects, new requests keeps coming in as well. So with that said, we're definitely making our progress, making a dent on the list. We definitely see those projects ranked higher, relatively high on the list are getting taken care of. But some of the projects rank relatively low for different reasons. Those might stay there for quite some time. Regarding staffing level, we can definitely benefit from more staff resources, help us deliver projects. But we understand other agencies has other needs as well. And so we another thing we're looking to maybe apply for more federal fundings, and along with that, maybe funding some positions. So we do have actually 2 positions already recruited and started for a few months now from the Safe Streets for All program. Working on basically same kind of projects as Safe Streets Medicine program, but just categorized paid by federal funding. So both team members are doing really well, helping us to moving these projects along.
So for 2025, are we on target to deplete all the funds for this program?
Yes, for the existing budget in 2025, we're on target to deliver those projects, but we are actually delivering projects previously approved in the previous years. But we will be bringing another batch of projects to the Transportation Commission for approval in October, and we expect to get all the $1.67 million accounted for in the 2025 budget.
Okay. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for traffic engineering? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Yang. I wanted to ask you about the streetlight installation project in the budget, and specifically improvements to the Southwest commuter path. And want to thank you and members of your division for working on that at the request of myself and Vice President Govindarajan. So the first question I have is, can you confirm, please, is the executive capital budget include the streetlight improvements that your colleagues have suggested for the Southwest commuter path from Breeze Terrace to North Shore Drive?
That's a good question. Yes, we definitely have the projects on the list. Let me double check. I forgot whether that will be under traffic engineering budget or economic development because funded by TIF. I don't think my colleague Keith can make it today. He will have the information, but I'm wondering maybe finance staff, if you have if you know on top of your head, please help to chime in. But let me take a quick look.
Yeah, while you're trying to confirm that, I'll just share my observation of the budget presentation. So I am concerned that that project doesn't include a line item for non-GFGO borrowing, which is what this would be, as certainly the Economic Development Division Director, who's still with us since we have a closed session yet tonight, knows, and perhaps others do. We went through the process of amending the TID 48, the Regent Street TIF District project plan to include $190,000 for Southwest commuter path lighting improvements. Admittedly, that was done after your April agency request was submitted to the Finance Department. When I look at your agency request from April, it describes Southwest commuter path improvements, but from the Beltline to Breeze Terrace. So the narrative in your agency request doesn't have anything, again, in the 4th or 8th Alder districts that we were hoping, again, that David Hansen and others have worked on. So it seems like we very much need a budget amendment, but I just wanted to confirm that. And obviously, we very much want to sponsor a budget amendment if we need one to correct this. Does that sound likely, Yang, that perhaps it was an oversight because this is funded through TID-back borrowing?
Yeah, thank you. It's possible. Let me check on that. It's also possible it was including the 2025 budget. So let me check because that's budget amendment in this year after our budget request was submitted. Without Keith being here, unless finance staff has a definite answer, I can definitely go back to check on it and let you know. If we do need a budget amendment, I'll ask for your sponsorship on that. But hopefully it's already either in the 2025 budget somewhere or might be in a economic development budget for 2026. That's definitely our work
it's
plan.
not in the. I don't want to prolong the conversation unless finance staff or you think you can confirm this, but it's not listed, for example, in the TID 48 section of the budget presentation as an expenditure. And so if we're going to use, again, TID 48, which was the plan all along, and the joint review board and the finance committee and the council and everyone's approved it. I don't know about the state DOR yet, but yeah, it seems like it's pretty likely we need a budget amendment. So I just was wondering if I was incorrect in my read of the situation. But I won't take more time here today in this forum. If you and others could just get back to me in the coming days, that would be great.
Yeah, will do. Yeah,
Thank you very much
for bringing that. Yeah.
Oh, you're very welcome. But just lastly, assuming that we get the financing all figured out for next year, there's no, you don't have any concerns in terms of your staff resources that we could have the lighting installed in 2026?
Yes, that's already our work plan.
Yes,
so
very good.
So I think it's it's also very possible that the budget already accounted somewhere, but if not, we'll definitely reach out to you, get this corrected.
Okay, thank you very much, Yang. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for traffic engineering? Seeing none, thank you, Yang. And
Thank you,
we'll
Mayor.
go
Thank you, everyone.
on. We'll go on to transportation then. And Christoph Spieler is here, as is Liz Callan.
Yeah, Liz will be doing the presenting.
Hi, everybody. My name is Liz Callan. I'm the Principal Transportation Planner in the Transportation Department at the City of Madison. Our budget this year is just has a couple of changes from the 2025 CIP. So I'll just describe those briefly. Actually referenced at the very beginning of the presentation by Christine. There is a change to the north-south bus rapid transit line item. So an additional 3.9 million in TIF supported borrowing is allocated in 2026. And this includes reallocating 2.5 million from the Perry Street overpass, which was previously part of the Reconnecting Communities grant, and 1.4 million from TID 42, originally for Park Street reconstruction. So these adjustments will enhance the flexibility in implementing the BRT project amid uncertain state and federal funding sources. Although we do continue to work closely with the Federal Transit Administration, and we have, good inclination that that project continues to move forward. Nothing has changed in that regard. And then the other change from the 2025 capital improvement budget is the local match for the Hepker Road interchange, which has increased by 1.4 million in with construction anticipated in 2030. So that's an out year projection. But we've also added 150,000 in that project budget for 2029, which relates to consultant services to do some additional analysis around that project. The previously allocated 10 million, which was included for the Milwaukee Street interchange in 2029, is removed as its construction is now expected in the early 2040s. So with that, those are really the two big changes, but I'm happy to answer questions about any other items as well.
Thank you, Liz. President Bittiver?
It looks like the accessible taxi program was not fully expended. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yes, let me look actually at that one. So I'm not, maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not seeing that in our transportation budget.
Yeah, it just says you have unused appropriation authority from that, and so I'm just curious about if it was not a successful program or like what happened.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to follow back up on that one. I'm actually not directly familiar with kind of what changes are related to that. So I will get back to you on that. I believe it's potentially related to not having enough basically vendor interest, but I can follow up and get back to you.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for transportation? Alder Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. And hi, Liz, thank you. I wanted to switch topics on you a bit and talk and ask you a question about where the first city issue I remember working with you on, and that's intercity rail passenger station siting. Could you, and I know in the executive operating budget, of course, is proposing reauthorization of almost $400,000 in borrowing for that project that you've been our leader on for probably longer than you care to remember. But in any event, could you just give us an update on where things stand? I obviously tremendous uncertainty in Washington, to say the least, but is that something that you still actively plan to present to the Transportation Commission anytime in the near future, or is that something that's going to be pushed back even further?
Yeah, Yeah, thank you for the question. So we are continuing to work on there's a couple different pieces. So there's the station study that we're doing at the City of Madison. We have a draft on that we are working on, just wrapping up a few final things that we would like to present publicly very soon. But then there's kind of another piece, which is the state's overall, the Wisconsin Department of Transportation's overall project, which is the Corridor ID grant and study that is really kind of been the impetus for discussing this extension to Madison. And so my understanding about kind of the big picture piece is that it's ongoing and that the Wisconsin Department of Transportation continues to work on that project. They are kind of firming up their local match plans. There was a local match piece that was requested in the state budget that was not included in the final state budget. So there was just kind of some questions around what that project will look like. But my understanding is that they continue to work with the Federal Railroad Administration and will be submitting things which kind of then makes the city's station location planning a little bit more relevant, as that overall project moves forward. The more important it will be for us to be ready. And so what we're really doing right now is trying to work on those different sites that we identified and kind of finalize some recommendations around those that maintains flexibility, given kind of the uncertain timeline of the overall process, while also making sure we're ready, when the overall project moves forward, whatever that might look like. And so we continue to hear a lot from Amtrak that there's just a lot of interest in really pushing the extension to the communities west of Milwaukee forward. And so we're hopeful in that. So there's been a few different kind of moving pieces to the overall effort, which has affected the Madison piece, but definitely hoping to wrap up our station study and then continue to coordinate on the overall effort, in an ongoing way.
Thank you for that update, Liz. Is there a certain month that you're targeting that you might make public your
Yes.
station study?
Sometime this fall, we expect to do that. So
Okay.
probably either later this month or in October, we probably will be able to publish that.
Great. And was I correct that it would go to TC first? Or are you actually planning another public meeting
Well, at this
with the
point,
community?
yeah, that's a great question. So at this point, we don't necessarily need a specific adoption process to happen. So what we intend to do is release the study and the results of the study, which kind of look at the pros and cons of the top couple of sites in our analysis and identify kind of the path to what needs to happen with those sites when the time comes. So one of the moving pieces that I referenced is really that we're not quite in need of identifying a site quite yet. So we need to have an idea of what we're going to do and we need to have a path to move forward. But in order for it to move forward in the process with the federal funding, we can't necessarily kind of move too fast on the station site itself. So it probably
what Liz is very politely not saying is that it's not actually our decision.
Yes. She's very diplomatic as always, man. Yes. Yes. I guess what I was kind of, and I don't mean to cut you off, either of you, of course, but I was curious if WSDOT was given you any sort of deadline as to when they'd like our study to be complete to inform their study, but no.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Yeah, I think our study really, or our site identification, our final decisions actually still down the road for us, in the next step in their process. So our study will inform that and the different options will be included in their analysis, but the final decision will, like the mayor referenced, will be a collaborative decision, but we have been working with them closely on this process.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much again for, thanks very much again for the update. Christoph, did you wish to say anything or?
Yeah, no, I just to underline that our process has been moving faster than the larger corridor ID process. So right now, the city of Madison is not holding anything up here.
Yes. Oh, I didn't think that we were, but yes. Thank you for clarifying that, and welcome to your first official budget meeting, Christoph, as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for transportation? Seeing none. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Christoph. And that is the agencies for tonight. We still have one more item, but just to remind everybody that we have the rest of the agencies tomorrow, and we'll proceed in a similar fashion through them. But for now, I think we need, we're just going to recess the whole meeting. So I don't think we need to, let just for form's sake, can I have a motion to place item 13 on the table?
We have to place item 13 on the table.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any objection to placing the item on the table? Seeing no objection, the item is on the table and we will take it up again tomorrow. And is there any appetite for a short break before we go into closed session?
Yes, please. 5
All
minutes.
right, moving a 5-minute break. Is there any objection to a 5-minute break? All right, it's 9:16, so 9:21 or 2-ish. We'll be back. We're a minute or so away. All right, if I can have Alders turn their cameras back on if they're here. And I'll call the meeting back to order and ask Dave to please call the roll.
Council President Vitiver.
Here.
Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Govindarajan.
Here.
Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Mayor Quorum.
Thank you. All right, so our next item and last item for the evening is item 14, which is Legistar 89804, discussion regarding negotiations with Threshold Development for possible investment of tax increment finance funds into a mixed-use project proposed to be located at 3450 Milwaukee Street. Item 14 is a closed session item. So when the Finance Committee considers the following matter, it will go into closed session pursuant to section 19.85 sub 1 sub E of the Wisconsin statutes, which reads as follows. Deliberating or negotiating the purchase of public properties, the investment of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. If the Finance Committee does vote to go into closed session, notice is hereby given pursuant to section 19.85 sub 2 of the Wisconsin statutes that it may reconvene in open session without waiting 12 hours as specified in the statute. Can I have a motion, please, to go into closed session?
Move to go into closed session.
Second.
Moved and second to go into closed session. This is a roll call item. All those in favor of going into closed session, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and Dave, please call the roll.
Council President Vitiver.
Aye.
Alder Revere.
Aye.
Alder Govindarajan.
Aye.
Alder Madison.
Aye.
Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. So we will stand informal while we go into closed session, and all others not on the Finance Committee are welcome to stay with us. Staff who are not here for this item are asked to leave. I think that's already happened. Excellent. Thank you. So this is the Finance Committee coming out of closed session, and our report out of closed session on item 14 is that we discussed the development project that is requesting tax increment finance and the various components of that, and talked about negotiating strategy and instructed staff on that negotiating strategy. And so that is the end of our agenda for the evening. And I'll ask for a motion to recess the Finance Committee meeting until tomorrow at 4:30 p.m.
Move to recess until tomorrow at 4:30.
Enthusiastically seconding.
Is there any objection to sending the meeting into a recess? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you all.